Everyone, please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Honorable Sherlyn Banyas Nograles.
Let us pause for a while and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. O Father God in heaven, we thank you for bringing each one of us here today. We thank you for providing us, our families, and our people a land overflowing with your gifts of sustenance. Thank you, O Lord, for entrusting upon us, members of this house, the means to help dawn change to this nation. Most gracious and heavenly Father, as we begin today's session, we pray that your grace descends on all the endeavors of this Congress, your people's house, as we pursue a better quality of life for all Filipinos. Today, O God, this world is threatened by a new sickness. As we face such threat, we pray for your healing for all the people afflicted by this virus. Please guide the people in the front lines, our doctors, nurses, first responders, as they work to shield everyone from this disease. May you, O Lord, provide us with focus and resilience to stop the spread of this malady. Bless our medical scientists and researchers with your wisdom as they strive to understand and find the best cure to this crisis. We pray for your protection for all Filipinos here and abroad. We also pray that you protect everyone from other nations at risk from this disease. We pray that you bless everyone's hearts with serenity and calm. And may you continue to give us hope and courage in all trials that we face each day. Father God, we pray for wisdom in everything that we do here in this house. We pray that we, your children, reflect your love in our work for this nation. Endow us with your wisdom as we pursue a democracy that is kind and compassionate and truly responsive to the fundamental needs of Filipinos. That we make decisions that, based on fears of any repercussions or becoming unpopular or on biases for the benefit of the few, but based on what is right and just and beneficial to our country. We declare once more our faith in you, our God. We manifest our trust in your plans for this nation, and as you have promised time and again, that you will prosper us and not harm us, to give us hope and a good future. You are our omnipotent and omniscient God. We know that you are with us anywhere we go. We trust in you. We give back all the praises, glory, and honor in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka masisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baka, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng maraming pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mamapit, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to defer the calling of the roll.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to defer the approval of the journal.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the bills and resolutions.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill numbers 6313 and 6345, regulating the practice of the agriculture profession in the Philippines by Representatives Cojuangco and Bordado.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 6314, strengthening the practice of electrical engineering in the Philippines by Representative Baronda.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 6315, mandating the use of body camera by law enforcement officers by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 6316, providing for a comprehensive nuclear regulatory framework by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 6317, creating the National Commission on the Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities by Representative Robes.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 6318, establishing a Community Environment and Natural Resources CNR office in the municipality of President Roxas and reapportioning the current CNR offices in the province of Cotabato by Representatives Tejada, Cawagdan, and Sakdalan.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 6319, amending sections 443, 454, and 463 of RA number 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991 by Representative Villa.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6320, declaring the province of Siquijor as a responsible community-based cultural heritage and ecotourism zone by Representative Villa.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 6321, prohibiting the exportation of black sand and its derivatives in its raw form to other countries by Representative Singson.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 6322, providing a healthcare program for public school teachers by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 6331, providing for the mandatory appointment of a municipal veterinarian officer by Representatives Culiamat, Zarate, Gaite, Brosas, Castro France, and Elago.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6332, providing for the election of sectoral representatives to the legislative bodies of LGUs by Representatives Culiamat, Zarate, and Gaite.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6334, strengthening early childhood care and development system by Representative Taliado.
To the Committee on Welfare and Children.
House Bill 6335, prohibiting the importation, manufacture, distribution, and sale of children's products containing hazardous chemicals by Representative Barrio.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 6336, establishing a Revenue District Office of the BIR in Tanawan, Batangas by Representative Colliantes.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 6337, establishing a Pag-ibig Fund Field Office in Tanawan, Batangas by Representative Colliantes.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 6338, establishing a campus of the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, CBSUA, in Del Gallego, Camarines Sur, to be known as CBSUA Del Gallego Campus by Representative Andaya.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 6339, strengthening the Filipino youth involvement in agriculture and entrepreneurship by Representative Tan Shari.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 6340, creating a comprehensive policy enabling youth participation in adolescent pregnancy prevention by Representative Tan Shari.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 6341, making the position of Barangay Secretary and Barangay Treasurer permanent by Representative Chato.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6342, establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in Biliran Province by Representative Espina.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill numbers 6343, 6346, and 6350, renewing granting franchises to Mati Telephone Corporation, the University of the Philippines System, and the City Government of Davao by Representatives Almario, Gomart, Romualdez Ferdinand, Duterte, Garcia Vincent, and Ungab.
to the Committee on Legislative Franchises,
House Bill 6344, creating a barangay to be known as Barangay Butak in Suyo, Ilocos Sur by Representative Singson Nihan.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 6347, establishing a medical scholarship and return service program for deserving students by Representative Yap Eric.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 6348, granting survivorship benefits to the surviving legitimate spouse and dependent children of a deceased retired member of the National Prosecution Service by Representative Flores.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 6349, strengthening the role of private basic education in the Philippines by Representatives Romualdez Yeda and Romualdez Ferdinand.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 6351, amending the franchise granted to Philippine Collective Media Corporation by Representatives Romualdez Yeda and Romualdez Ferdinand.
to the Committee on Legislative Franchises,
Resolutions. House Resolution 725, urging the Committee on Basic Education and Culture to inquire regarding the decline of the level of literacy in the country by Representative Villa.
to the Committee on Rules,
Resolution of both Houses number 5, proposing amendments to the 1987 Constitution by Representative Salceda.
to the Committee on Constitutional Amendments,
House Joint Resolution number 28, extending the franchise of ABS-CBN Corporation until the end of this 18th Congress on June 30, 2022 by Representative Del Mar.
to the Committee on Legislative Franchises,
Messages from the Senate. Message dated February 17, 2020, informing the House and that the Senate on even date passed Senate Bill number 1224.
to the Committee on Rules,
Message dated February 17, 2020, informing the House that on even date, the Senate designated Senators Gatchalian, Zubiri, Villanueva, Lacson, and Ontiveros as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1224 and House Bill 5829.
to the Committee on Rules,
Committee reports. Report number 242 of the Committee on Local Government on House Bill 6363.
to the Committee on Rules,
Report number 243 of the Committees on Health and Appropriations on House Bill 6365.
to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval of Journal Number 45 dated February 18, 2020.
is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to rules, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none, motion is approved. Privilege hour is hereby open.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the gentleman from the 3rd District of Camarines Sur, the Honorable Gabriel Bordado Jr., be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Honorable Gabriel Bordado is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 70,000 Bicol pupils can't read. This was the banner headline of a major national daily the other week. Printed in big, bold letters that seemed to convey exactly how alarming and humiliating this bit of news was. According to the article, more than 70,000 elementary students from the Bicol region cannot read in both English and Filipino. 18,143 of this number are students from grades 3 to 6, while the remaining are pupils from grades 1 to 2. These numbers, Mr. Speaker, were taken from the results of pre-test done by the Philippine Informal Reading Inventory, or the PhilIRI, one of the initiatives conducted in support of the Department of Education's Every Child a Reader program, or ICAR. The PhilIRI conducted last July and August 2019 is not a set of standardized tests, but a tool used by teachers all over the country to measure and determine their students' reading capabilities in the classroom. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is even stated in the 2018 Phil-ERI manual that it can only provide an approximation of the learner's ability and could be used together with other more reliable tools of assessment. This was precisely the point raised by Education Undersecretary Nepomuceno Malaluan in another article published by the ABS-CBN News soon after the release of this Phil-ERI findings. In that article, Mr. Speaker, Yusek Malaluan further stated, among other points, that the Phil-ERI pretest were designed for readers in grades 3 through 6. He noted that the pretest conducted included elementary students from lower grades 1 and 2, and that this could have contributed to the bulk of non-readers as seen in the results. Therefore, the numbers might not be completely accurate. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, if we were to follow Yusek Malaluan's reasoning, 18,143 elementary pupils who could not read in both Filipino and English is still a worrisome number. The number of non-readers among Bicol elementary students is also reflective of the results of the 2018 Program for International Student Assessment, an international study conducted by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development that measures 15-year-olds' ability to use their reading, mathematics, and science knowledge and skills to meet real-life challenges among its members and partner countries. Of the 79 countries assessed in the PISA 2018, the Philippines rank the lowest in reading, only faring higher but not exactly better in math and science, where we rank second to the lowest, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, we scored only 340 points in reading, 353 points in math, and 357 points in science, all below the average points of 487 in reading and 489 points in both mathematics and science. These numbers, Mr. Speaker, indicate the urgent need to reevaluate the quality of education our students are receiving, and that it is not only a problem specific to the Bicol region, but an issue the entire country is now facing. Mr. Speaker, providing access to quality education has always been the topmost priority of the government. In fact, education received the biggest budget allocation, as has been the case for a few years now, in the 4.1 trillion pesos national budget this year. There was 17.1 billion pesos increase in the total budget given to the Department of Education, the state universities and colleges, and the Commission for Higher Education. DepEd received a 1.7 billion increase in its budget to provide for the numerous projects and programs designed to improve the quality of basic education in the country. Mr. Speaker, we currently have different initiatives, programs, and laws in place to make quality education available to Filipino students of all ages and backgrounds. Yet, concerns and problems in our education system abound. The recent performance of the Philippines in these different studies and assessments emphasized the urgency to ensure that we are not only making education accessible and available, but also providing our citizenry with good quality education that would produce competent and globally competitive individuals. We have already started adopting the K-12 program in lieu of our 10-year education system in order to enable our graduates to become more capable and open to more learning and employment opportunities. This, in itself, is already a promising step towards achieving our vision of good quality education for all. However, Mr. Speaker, this change cannot completely and ultimately improve the quality of education in the Philippines. How could a child even begin to want to learn when classrooms are dilapidated and overflowing with students? How could a student begin to improve when facilities like laboratories or libraries are lacking, outdated, or even non-existent? How would the teachers be able to keep track of their students' learning progress when they are overworked and underpaid? This and many other related concerns are the ones we need to address promptly, Mr. Speaker, if we are to uplift the quality of education in the country. We need to revitalize and improve on the teaching profession to encourage and produce more teachers, even as we strive to provide our current pool of educators who are ultimately the foundation of our learning with ample and adequate training to ensure that they are competent and well-equipped to guide the students. More than that, Mr. Speaker, we also need to establish a suitable, comfortable, and accessible learning environment and facilities for our people. Mr. Speaker, we have been presented with the numbers, the facts, and the results of various studies and assessments, and they all seem to indicate the dismal situation of education in the Philippines. But with the weight of the importance currently and continuously given to improving not only the access, but also to the quality of education we provide the Filipino people, I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that these numbers would soon improve. We already have the funding, the programs, and the projects, and the right mindset in place. What is needed now to supplement this is for us to give our tireless and unceasing efforts to improve and strengthen the education system in our country. Mr. Speaker, clawing our way up from the bottom is not bound to happen in just a couple of months or years. But it is also not impossible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I move to
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
before we proceed, this representation would move to adjourn. Simply because we have not mastered enough on the floor. We have waited for 25 minutes. We still have only 78 on the floor right now. There is no sense continuing, although we would want to listen to the important messages of those lined up. Hindi po pwede po itong ganitong sistema na wala tayong quorum, hindi tayo nag-roll call, and we will proceed to tackle very important measures. We move to adjourn, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes suspension. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
I want to be consistent. I want to be consistent. Mga kanina TV, I am embarrassed. I feel embarrassed. Simply because I am
Di man lang mag-PPS.
Regalo ka na. Regalo ka na.
Ah, wala pala kayo eh.
Gusto mo pa? Kapalitan tapakaw? Sa sunod, palitan ka na ako. Yung doha yata ito na kanina. Ako pero tanaw ko na yun. Tanaw ko na yun. Yun isa yung puwa. Yung ready mo na.
So si Roman Romulo ang nag-interpolate dapat kay Boy.
Hello? Mon, bago pa kami mga resign ng director, problema na po anak ko sa district, may problema sa pero kung gagawin mo na di lang ako sa fitness center, sa ating fitness center, yan isa sa tapaw ng mga problema kung doon sa dami ito pero hadang ganda wala na ginagawa sa Davao City sa Agong City sa fitness center sa
Oh,
Tatlo lang. Para mabawasan lang. May tao sa committee. Tawagin daw nila. Tawagin natin.
I will move by the house. Those who are not present.
Patawag natin ang nasa committee. Tama na.
Siya Mercury. Tama.
Hearings pa ongoing. Papasokin natin.
Sabi niya, palabas nila. Questioning mo naman sila.
Kawawa naman yung pumasok dito.
Yun na, kwento.
Ganda rin
Yun
yung
ang kwento. Paano naman itong mga villages? Paano ito mga tenants? They're treated as ordinary people. But those who are not allowed, or even allowed to vote, utang na lang. Ayun.
Kaya naawa manong, next week, di mo na kami nakita kailanman uli sa pool. Hindi na wala kami ng trabaho.
We will be defending you. Pwede po.
Diyan na kami, tabi mo na kami. Nangyari na sa akin yan, manong.
Last today, last. Tatlo lang.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to call the roll.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Secretary General is hereby directed to call the roll.
Roll call of members, Honorable Representatives Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Henaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagaching, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Co Juanco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia C. Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangcopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrellita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Sherry Ann, Tan Sherney, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 212 members responded to the call.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
There being 212 members present, including those who are deemed present in accordance with Section 71, Rule 11 of our rules, specifically those attending committee meetings as authorized by the Committee on Rules 32, those attending Commission on Appointment meetings 8, those attending the House of Representatives Electoral Tribunal meetings none, those attending bicameral conference committee meetings none, those on official business 6. The chair declares a quorum.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Your Honor, I move to recognize the Honorable Atienza.
Honorable Atienza is recognized.
thank you. The Secretariat's count is 212, and you counted those outside of the halls now are considered present. What is the total of those outside of the hall, Mr. Speaker? May we be given a total?
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension so I can check the records.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, there are 32 members who are attending committee meetings, 8 commission on appointments, and 6 on official business. which means that 166 members are present or showed up in this hall, the plenary hall, and 46 members are deemed present.
Mr. Speaker, again, we differ with the official count of the Secretariat. They claim that we have 163 on the floor. Our counters, as we have counters of our own, there are only 113 on the floor. So if you add the 40 plus, we still do not have a quorum. And I would like to appeal to the Secretariat, as you didn't seem to understand all the repercussions of our continuing differences in counting presence of members of this body. You must count accurately, otherwise we will continue to question the integrity of your count. If I am wrong, as I have mentioned it earlier, I'm willing to apologize. But if they are wrong, I think they should all be fired because they are employees of Congress. We are elected by the people. We are here to perform our task. They are now employees of this body. Again, I will reiterate my point. We do not have 163 on the floor, contrary to the claim of the majority floor leader as he got it from the Secretariat. We move to have a head count to prove once and for all who is telling a lie, this representation or the Secretariat.
Majority Leader, the Chair has already announced the presence of a quorum based on the submission of the Secretary General.
Mr. Speaker, we appeal.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
The Speaker, move for one
we appeal
suspension.
the decision of the Speaker
Session
simply
suspended.
because this is very important to defend the integrity of this body. An accurate roll call is necessary.
I move
You
for
cannot
1 minute.
dispense with it.
Few minutes suspension.
Ako may appeal. I'm appealing the ruling.
session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Atienza is appealing the ruling of the Chair on the presence of a quorum, and he seeks the division of the House on this matter. Mr. Speaker, just to finish this controversy once and for all, and to prevent further the casting of aspersion on the character of the people within the office of the Secretary General who do their jobs on a daily basis, I move that we divide the House on this matter.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none.
Mr. Speaker, the question is there a quorum as stated by the Secretary General's office, or is there none? For aye, those who say aye says that there is a quorum in accordance with the figures so read, and those who say nay agree with the Honorable Chancellor.
Is there any objection? The Chair. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay.
Nay.
Motion is approved. We have a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Bernardo to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, I move to nominate and elect the Honorable Eric Goyap as Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the guest of the Honorable Speaker, Alan Peter Cayetano, Mr. Manolito Tolitz Divina, the 2019 SEA Games gold medalist for obstacle course racing.
To the guest of Speaker Cayetano, please rise. You're welcome to the House of Representatives.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge the guests of Honorable El Rey Villafuerte of the 2nd District of Camarines Sur. They are the Municipal Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilors of the Municipality of Cabusao, Camarines Sur, Mayor Wenny Sabalbero, Vice Mayor Pupito Agualada, Councilors Christopher Candelaria, Jose Aguilar Jr., Ronald San Diego, Cherry Luong, Roselia Iago, Vicente Abordi Jr., Emmanuel Abejero, Jaime Tolentino, Nemel Santiago, Vanessa Santiago, and Juvie Piamonte, Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of Representative El Rey Villafuerte, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Anthony Peter Oyings Cansologo of the 1st District of Quezon City. They are the employees and students of St. Vincent School, Quezon City, namely headed by the head coach, Visrael Valencia.
To the guests of Representative Onyx Cansologo, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, finally, we'd like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Henry Omanal of the 2nd District of Misamis Occidental. They are the guests from Misamis University Graduate School of Management, Public Administration, and Business Administration, headed by Dr. Virgilio Onganisa.
To the guests of Honorable Henry Waminal, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Euphemia Colyamat of the party list, Bayan Muna, for her privileged speech.
Honorable Euphemia Colyamat is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ginoong Speaker, ilang dekada na ang nakalilipas sa mga nagdaang mga pangulo, wala pa ring pagbabagong tinatamasa ng mamamayang Pilipino. Kaya buong sambayanan ng mga mahihirap ay nagtatanong, nasaan ang pagbabago? Ginoong Speaker, 3 dekada na mahigit ang nakalilipas mula ibagsak ng sama-samang pagkilos ng mamamayan ang diktadorang Marcos. Kilala ito sa popular, subalit mali na katawagang EDSA Revolution. Ang pag-alsa ng mamamayan sa EDSA noong 1986 ay idinudulot ng lubhang pagkamuhi ng mga mamayang Pilipino sa diktadorya. Ito ang madilim na bahagi ng ating kasaysayan na kinakatangian ng malawakang paglabag sa karapatang pantao, malaganap na pagdukot at pagpaslang sa mga kritiko ng batas militar, walang kahihiyang pagnanakaw sa pira ng bayan o ng pagtrato ng kabangyaman ng bansa bilang personal na pira ng mga pamilyang Marcos at ng walang katumbas na pagbulusok pababa ng ekonomiya ng bansa. Naglulunoy sa kahirapan ang mamamayan at mga katutubong Pilipino habang marami sa kanila ang dinukot, pinaslang at sinusupil sa kanilang pagtatangkang lumaban para sa pagbabago. Samantalang masayang umiindak sa kapangyarihan at kasaganahan ang pamilyang Marcos at mga kroni nila. Pati ang cartoons ng Voltes 5 na pinalabas sa telebisyon ay pinutulan sa kadahilanang naglalarawan ito ng tunay na kalagayan ng bansa. Ang diktadorya, ang isang emperador at ng malaganap, sistematiko at institusyonalisadong pagpaslang, pagpanupil sa mamamayang lumalaban. Ginoong Speaker, pamilyar sa kwento na ito ng batas militar na nagbunga ng pag-alsa ng mamamayan sa EDSA mahigit 3 dekada na ang nakalilipas. Pamilyar sa kwento pa din ito maging sa pangkasalukuyang panahon. Si Marcos noon, si Duterte ngayon. May batas militar doon, may nagtatagong batas militar ngayon. Malaganap ang pagnanakaw sa kabangbayan ng bansa noon, gayon din sa kasalukuyan. May malaganap na kahirapan noon, mas lalo pang lumala ngayon. Malaganap ang pagdukot, pagpaslang at panunupil sa mamamayang nananawagan ng pagbabago noon na nagpapatuloy pa rin hanggang ngayon. Nananatiling pareho ang kwento mula noon hanggang ngayon. Batas militar noon, Executive Order Number 70 ngayon, pareho lamang. Ginoong Speaker, sa Executive Order Number 70, ginawa lamang na mas sistematiko at lubha pang pag-institusyonalisa ng pagdukot, pagpaslang at panunupil ng mamamayang lumalaban at naghahangad sa tunay na pagbabago. Mas malala pa ang Executive Order Number 70 ay may whole of nation approach na ginagamit ang buong organisasyon at rekurso ng pamahalaan upang patuloy na dukutin, paslangin at supilin ang mga mamamayang nananawagan sa tunay na pagbabago. Ang buong bigat ng pamahalaan at panunupil nito ay kasalukuyan na ngayon inihahambalos ng mga karaniwang mamamayan. Ginoong Speaker, mas masahol pa ang Executive Order Number 70, pati ang paaralang itinayo naming mga katutubo ay ipinapasara. Pinananatili nilang mangmang ang mga katutubong Pilipino upang sa gayon ay madali nilang maloko, masupil at manakaw ang aming mga lupain at patuloy na dinampong ng mga dambuhalang minahan. Kung gayon ay mahigit pang dinanas ng mga katutubong Pilipino ang bagsik ng Executive Order Number 70 sapagkat lupain ng mga katutubo ang kinakamkam ng mga dambuhalang mina at proyektong dam. Ginoong Speaker, Biyernes lamang, Pebrero 21, sugatan ang isang estudyanteng lumad at 2 kaanak nito matapos mag-strapping ang mga tropa ng AFP sa mga sibilyang komunidad sa aming barangay ng Jatagon, Lianga, Surigao del Sur. Tinamaan ang bahay ng magsasakang lumad na si Naldo Kalipay ng Granada matapos nagpaputok ang 70 sundalong 75th IB, 36th IB at 9th Special Forces sa mga kabahayan ng Sitio Simuaw at Sitio Emerald sa nasabing barangay. Dahil dito, natamaan ng siyarpel sa braso ang 5 taong gulang na anak ni Naldo at na mag-aaral sa paaralang lumad na TREPS. Tadtadin ng siyarpnel sa braso, likuran, paa at balikat ang 2 babae na kamag-anak. 19 na taon at 55 taon. Matagal na pinalalayas ng mga residente ang mga sundalo ng AFP sa 7 buwan nang nagkakampo sa mga komunidad dahil sa mga abuso nito. Ilang bisis nakipagdialogo ang mga leader lumad sa kasundaluhan at sa LGU, ngunit patuloy pa rin silang sa pilitang nagkakampo. Ginoong Speaker, isa lamang ito sa maraming epekto ng Executive Order Number 70 sa mga katutubong mamamayan. Hindi natatapos ang pandarahas, pagsampa ng gawa-gawang kaso at pagpaslang sa aming hanay. at hindi pa kasya ang Executive Order Number 70. Sa kasalukuyan ngayon, niluluto ang amyenda ng Human Security Act na nagbibigay ng walang katulad na kapangyarihang otoritaryan ng pamahalaan, militar at pulis upang mas higit pang makapagdukot, makapagpatay at makapanupil ng karaniwang mamamayan. Sa amindang ito ng HSA, tinanggal ang maraming pananagutang legal ng militar at pulis sa maraming gagawing paglabag sa karapatang pantao. Mas malawak na ngayon ang kapangyarihan nila sa ilalim ng mungkahing amyendang ito. Pwede na ang pagkulong ng 30 araw sa sinumang suspect na hinuli na walang warrant. Halos suspendido ang writ of habeas corpus sapagkat notice na lamang ng husgado ang kanilang gawin ng mga pulis o militar sa halip na ipakita sa korte ang taong kanilang dinukot. Ginoong Speaker, sa pinagsamang Executive Order Number 70 at aminda ng HSA, ang batas na tuluyan ng ginawang marahas ng armas ng militar, pulis, estado upang protektahan ang diktadorya at mga magnanakaw sa kabangyaman ng bansa at patuloy na supilin ang mga mamamayan at katutubong lumalaban para sa tunay na pagbabago. Lubha ngayong binastos ng kasalukuyang pamahalaan ang diwa ng pag-alsa ng mamamayan sa EDSA. Itatanong natin muli, nasaan ang pagbabago? Kung mayroon mang nagbago, ito ay ang mas mahigit pang paglala sa mga kaso ng pagdukot, pagpatay at pagsupil ng mga mamamayan. Ginoong Speaker, sinabi ko na dito nung una kong privilege speech na ang kinabukasan ng ating bayan at ang ating mamamayan ay nasa ating kamay. Sana po tayo ay makapaglikha ng batas na umaangkop doon sa buhay ng mamamayang Pilipino na siyang nagtatanggol ng pambansang soberanya. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker, at maraming salamat sa aking kapwa mambabatas at magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Buhay Party List, the Honorable Lito Atienza, for his interpellation.
Honorable Lito Atienza is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the indulgence of the lady, before she sits down, his representation would like to ask clarificatory questions on her message, which is very important and very timely.
Yes po.
Kayo po'y nananawagan ng vigilance, yun po ba?
Opo.
Ilang taon na po ba nakaraan nung nagkaroon tayo ng People Power Revolution?
Kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, tayo po ay mayroon ng 34 na taon.
34 na taon. Nagugunita po ba ninyo, Kafemia? May I call you Kafemia? Yun yata ang gusto niyong fund name.
Actually, taon-taon nating ginugunita ang tinatawag nating tagumpay ng February 25 ng 1986.
Nagugunita po ba nila kung bakit nagkaroon ng People Power Revolution noong 1986?
Palagi namang ginugunita na sa hanay ng mga mahihirap at sa mga progresibo na mga grupo ay patuloy pong ginugunita ang February 25.
Kayo po ba'y lumahok, Mr. Speaker, doon sa panawagang tayong lahat ay mag-alsa noong mga araw ng Pebrero 21, 22, 23, 24 at natupad noong 25 ng Pebrero 1986. So my question is, were you one of those who responded to the call for people power?
Pakiulit po.
Was the lady a participant in the people power revolution that happened in EDSA on February 25?
Opo.
You were there. Alam po ba ninyo at nagugunita ba ninyo kung ano ang napag-isa sa sambayanan where about 2 million people gathered in EDSA on the final day and shouted, sobra na, tama na, umalis ka na dyan. Panawagan kay Mr. Marcos.
Ito po yung dahilan kung bakit nagkaroon ng people power sa EDSA dahil sa laganap na paglabag sa karapatang pantao ng presidenteng.
Sapagkat inaapi ang Pilipino. Yun po ang inyong sagot. Ano po?
Iyon po ang totoo. Mula noon hanggang sa kasalukuyan, patuloy pong inaapi ang mamamayang
Hindi
Pilipino.
na natin makayanan pang payagan ang pananatili ng gobyerno noon.
Yes po.
I was one of you. I am still with you. And I congratulate you for making this call on this very important anniversary of our people power. Unity and at revolution. Yun po isang bagay na dapat lang talakayin, dapat nating iparinig, dapat nating isigaw sa lahat ng sulok ng bansa. Alam ba ninyong marami ngayon ng taong hindi na naaalala at hindi na nagugunita ang ipinaglaban sa EDSA?
Patuloy po itong ginugunita po. Patuloy pong ginugunita yung February 25 dahil ito po yung nakikita na isang tagumpay no sa mamamayang Pilipino na ipaglaban ang karapatan sa sariling pagpapasya bilang mga mamamayang Pilipino.
Tagumpay ng mamamayan. Tumakas ang diktador. Di po ba? Ang gabi ng 25? Lumipad ang helicopter, dala-dala ang pamilya ng diktador at kabang-kabang pera ng bayan.
Opo. Tama po.
Yun po ang katotohanan. I'm just citing historical data which we witnessed. Nakita natin lahat ito. Kaya tama po yung inyong panawagan. Ang nais ko lamang ay gunitain. Tingnan natin, bakit po ba nagkaroon ng batas militar noong 1972? Naalala po ba ninyo yun? Kayo po ba'y mawalang galang po? Ilang taon na po ba sila?
Ako po ay mag-60 na ngayong August.
At the time of the declaration of martial law, how old was the gentle lady then? 1972.
Ako ay 12 taon pa po. 1972, 12 taon ako. At kahit sa bata pa ako noon, 12 years old pa lamang, pero ramdam ko na yung pagyurak sa aming karapatan bilang mga katutubo. Kaya sa pagtindig bilang mga leader ng mga katutubo ay sinasabuhay ko na mula sa aking mga ninuno hanggang sa kasalukuyan ay nagi ko na ring buhay na kailangan ipagtanggol ang karapatan sa sariling pagpapasya, lalo na doon sa ating depensa sa ating lupaing ninuno dahil alam natin na tayong lahat ay doon nabubuhay. Kung mawawala ang ating lupang ninuno, sigurado na tayong lahat ay mawawalan din ng buhay. Kaya nagpapatuloy po ang mula sa maliit ako, namulat ako sa aktual na mga pangyayari, lalo na doon sa mga operasyon ng mga militar doon sa aming mga komunidad, ay hindi po nirespeto ang aming karapatan bilang matagal na kaming naninirahan sa aming mga lupaing ninuno. Kaya patuloy din ang pagsali namin doon sa pakikiisa doon sa mga pagkilos ng mga mamamayan, dahil alam namin na hindi po magtagumpay ang aming laban kung humihiwalay kami sa iba't ibang sektor ng bayan, na kung saan dumanas din ng pagsasamantala ng ating pamahalaan at sa mga nakatataas na mga leader ng ating gobyerno.
Tutulungan ko ang ating ginang Eufemia Pullaman to refresh our memories. Martial law was declared on September 23, although the
21 po.
date of the declaration was September 21,
21.
on the basis of a democracy that was not working. Those are the wordings of the dictator. He said, since the democracy is not doing the people any good, I am declaring martial law. Palakpakan ng mga tao. Dahil nakita nila na hindi talaga naging matatag ang mga institusyon ng ating demokrasya. Ang judiciary was not effective. Ang Kongreso deteriorated, was not effective. So therefore, the nation was very right. Hinog na hinog para mang-agaw ng kapangyarihan ang nakaupong Pangulo. Yun si Mr. Marcos. And from 72 hanggang 1986, 14 na taon, siya namuno on a one-man rule. Diktador ang tawag natin doon. Naghirap ang bayan. Lahat tayo dumaan sa kahirapan. Sapagkat ang masaya lang noon, yung pamilya niya. Ang masaya lang noon, ang Malacanang. Pero sa lahat ng barangay sa buong bansa, naghihirap ang tao. Kaya, sabi ninyo, maraming pinapatay, nakatutubo ngayon. Nasabi po ba ninyo yan?
Totoo po yan.
Totoo. Sinabi ninyo, marami pa rin nakawan na nangyayari ngayon. Sinabi po ba nila yun?
Yes po.
Maaari po bang sabihin nyo, ilang example lang ng mga dambuhalang nakawan at pinagsasamantalahan ang tao ngayon?
Actually, sa nakikita kong mga dambuhalang pagnanakaw, isa talaga yung mga konsesyonaryo ng mina, ng laging, na siyang kumakamkam ng lupaing ninuno namin, na kung saan wala po kaming ibang mapupuntahan. Mula sa maliit kami, mula pa sa ating mga ninuno, ay doon kami nabubuhay, at ayaw naming mawasak yan. At alam din namin na kung ano ang mangyayari sa ating mga kabundukan, ay hindi po hiwalay ang mamamayan dito sa mga syudad, mga patag. Dahil sa usapin po ng tubig na ginagamit natin dito sa ating mga munisipyo, sa mga syudad, ay nanggagaling talaga doon sa kabundukan. At kung mawasak yung mga kabundukan, ay mawawala ng tubig at magkaroon ng krisis sa tubig sa mga mababang bayan. Kaya taas noo namin sasabihin na ang pagprotekta namin sa aming sa lupang ninuno ay hindi lamang ito para sa amin, kundi para sa buong mamamayang Pilipino. At nakikita namin na wala na po tayong ibang mapagkukunan, no, kung masira ang ating mga kalikasan. Kaya kami nagkaroon ng maraming mga problema doon sa aming mga komunidad sa pamamagitan ng mga military operation, dahil sa pagtutol namin sa pagpasok ng mga dambuhalang mina, nawawasak sa ating inang kalikasan, na kami tuloy ang sinasabihan na kami ay mga pinagbibintangan, na kami ay mga rebelde, kaya doon kami pinapaslang. Ngunit kahit na ganito na ang nangyayari sa amin, dahil tangan namin ang katotohanan, ipatuloy pa rin namin itong panindigan, dahil alam namin na lahat ng buhay ng tao ay manggagaling talaga sa lupa. Kaya mahigpit natin itong dinidipinsahan kahit na kami humaharap ng napakaraming problema ng pagpatay, napakaraming problema sa pagsampa ng gawa-gawang kaso, at kung ano-ano pang paglabag sa karapatan-tao, ngunit na mananatili kaming matatag sa pagtindig dahil alam namin na ang lahat ng buhay natin ay nakaugat sa lupa. Hindi lang kami na mga katutubo, kundi ang buong mamamayang Pilipino. Bagamat nandito kayo tumitira sa syudad at pera ang inaasahan ninyo makapagbili kayo ng pagkain, ngunit mahalaga pa sa amin ang lupa dahil ang lahat ng binibili natin na mga pagkain ay nagmumula talaga sa lupa. Hindi po yan hinahanging yung mga, hindi po maaari tayong makakain ng mga hanging plant. Talagang nakaugat sa lupa. Kaya mahalaga para sa amin ang lupa, kaya kahit na pinapatay kami, nilalabag ang aming karapatan sa sariling pagpapasya, ngunit kami ay nagpapatuloy sa pamamagitan ng paghatid ng aming boses maging hanggang dito sa kongresong ito.
Naniniwala po ba kayo na ang Kongreso ay napakahalagang haligi ng isang matatag na demokrasya?
Actually, sa karanasan, no, sa ilang buwan ko na dito, nakikita ko talaga na hindi masyadong makapangyarihan ang Kongreso dahil sa ano lang dito, halimbawa sa aming grupo ng Makabayan ay 6 lang kami. Kung ano yung pagbubutuhan natin na mga batas para sa kapakanan ng ating bayan ay hindi po yan mananalo. Ngunit kahit ganito ang kalagayan, hindi po kami tumitigil sa pagbahagi ng katotohanan dahil alam natin na ang katotohanan lamang ang magbibigay sa atin ng landas sa ating liwanag.
Alam po niyo, ang laban ay hindi lamang po sa bundok, hindi lamang po sa parang, hindi lamang po sa mga probinsya. Ang laban para sa ating kalayaan at demokrasya ay nandito rin sa loob ng Kongreso. Nasasakyan po ba nila yun? We are in the midst of struggling to maintain a strong democracy in Congress. And you are a member thereof. You are a regular member of the 18th Congress of the Philippines. Tama po?
Yes po. Kaya nga ako, Mr. Speaker, kaya nga ako natutuwa na ako'y naging bahagi sa kongresong ito dahil mahalaga para sa akin na sabihin ang katotohanan. Dahil sa katotohanan lamang makamit natin ang tunay na kapayapaan.
Hindi po natin makakamtan ang tunay na kalayaan na minimithi ninyo at ng marami sa atin kung hindi natin gagawin ang ating tungkulin. Kung kayo ay judge, dapat efficient kayo sa judiciary. Kung kayo ay executive, dapat magaling ang inyong pagpapatakbo ng gobyerno. Ang legislative, tayo po yun, kailangan maayos din ang paggawa ng batas. Sa tingin po ba ninyo itong ating ginagawa ngayon, wala namang quorum, pero nagdideklara ng quorum, pagbotohan, pati yung mga absent, pinaboboto, magpapalakas po ba ng demokrasya yan o magpapahina? It is not enough that we deliver speeches. It is not enough to criticize the military. It is not enough to criticize the president. We are in a position to help establish a strong democracy today as members of Congress. So I am very, very disappointed when I see people cry a tear or two for democracy, remembering EDSA. But when we have a chance here in Congress, you don't do your task. Kanina, nakita ko bumoto kayo sa quorum when there was no quorum. So I am calling on everyone, not only the lady, but everyone, if you would want to remember EDSA and the lessons of EDSA, we must be also performing our duties and responsibilities. Hindi pwede yung salita, talumpati. Subalit, hinahayaan natin ang ating Kongreso ay bumaba ng bumaba sa pananaw ng taong bayan. We are fast approaching the level of Congress noong 1971, 1970, where the people did not respect the Congress of the Philippines anymore. So the reason why Marcos was able to declare martial law was because he knew that the people would not defend the institutions of democracy then. And at one point in time in our history, in 1986, sumobra na ang ngit-ngit ng bayan. Doon lang pumutok ang damdamin sa EDSA. Kaya binabati ko pa rin kayo na meron kayong pagsisikap na ipaalala sa lahat ang kahalagahan nito. But it is not enough to say katutubos are being killed. Robbery of the worst kind, plunder of our treasury continues to happen today. We, as members of a democratic Congress, restored by a people power revolution. Nabalik lang po ang Kongreso nung after EDSA. Nawala po ito eh. Ang Kongreso, binura ni Mr. Marcos. Pero yung people power, nagbalik sa Kongreso. Kaya pahalagahan natin to. Let's take our responsibilities seriously. Pag-aralan nyo lahat ng tinitake up dito at bumoto kayo ng ayon sa inyong makabayang layunin. You cannot claim to be makabayan kung hindi naman yung ginagawa yung tama. Sunod-sunod lang tayo sa Agos, patungo na tayo sa bangin, okay pa rin sa atin. I would hate the day when again the days of 1972 will be repeated, where this freedom that we have regained, this institution that we have established, will again be erased from our midst, and people will not fight for us. If they do not see us performing our task, they will not fight for us. Ngayon pa lang, naririnig na natin yan. Ayaw naman yung magtrabaho eh. Yung prangkisa ng ABS, ayaw natin take upin. Ano ba yan? Pakapala na lang ng mukha. Naniniwala ba kayo na hindi dapat take upin yung prangkisa? Mr. Speaker, uulitin ko yung aking katanungan. Naniniwala po ba si Congresswoman Culyamat na hindi dapat pag-usapan yung prangkisa ng ABS?
Actually, dahil naisa publiko na yan, kailangang pag-usapan, pero kailangan nating bigyan ng pagkakataong marinyo ang prangkisa ng ABS-CBN dahil ito naman yung nakikita natin na sa amin bilang mga katutubo, wala po kaming nakitang nilabag ng batas ng ABS-CBN. Kaya sa totoo lang, sumusuporta po kami sa pag-renew ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN.
Sinasabi po ba nila na okay lang yung ang Senado ay nagtatrabaho, ginagawa yung trabaho natin, okay lang po yun. To me, it is deplorable. It is untenable. Hindi natin dapat payagan yan. Ang Senado walang pakialam sa prangkisa. Subalit, kung ayaw natin magtrabaho, sabi nga ni Senator Go, kami nagagawa ng trabaho nyo.
Ginoong Speaker, ang pagbabahagi ko dito sa kalagayan ng mga mamamayang katutubo ay isa lamang po ito sa pinapakita ko po ang totoong kalagayan ng mga katutubo sa halip na bigyan ito ng mga batayang serbisyo ay bagkos ang mga karapatan po namin ay nilalabag, no? Kung ano man ang usapin natin dito sa ating pamahalaan, tungkulin nating lahat na kailangan natin pagtulungan, paano natin maayos ang lahat, paano natin maayos ang ating paggawa ng batas, paano natin maayos ang ating relasyon bilang mga mamamayang Pilipino. Kaya, Ginoong Speaker, Sir Ito lang po yung aking tatanungin. Sa usapin ng mga programa ng gobyerno na nakapagbigay ng mga serbisyo para sa lahat, walang pinipili, ay kami po ito po ang inaasahan ng mamamayang katutubo, lalo na doon sa usapin ng edukasyon. Kasi ang usapin ng edukasyon ay matagal na po namin yung hinahangad. Kaya nga kami nagsisikap na makipagtulungan sa iba't ibang sektor ng mamamayan upang makapagtayo kami ng paaralan para kami ay maging katulad ninyo na makipagdebate sa mga batas kung ano-ano man. Kaya sa usapin ng mga batas ay napakarami ko pang pag-aralan dito sa loob ng kongresong ito. Kaya sa mga tanong sa inyong mga tanong po ay malinaw naman na ano yan ng gobyerno at tungkulin natin yang lahat, no? Na kailangan natin itong tingnan kung ano ang makabubuti para sa ating sambayan ng Pilipino.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to thank the lady. Papasalamat po kami sa kanyang pagsisikap na liwanagin ang aking mga katanungan. Subalit kailangan kong aminin sa sarili ko at sa lahat. Lalo po ako naguluhan. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Euphemia Kuliamat and its interpellation to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privileged speech of Honorable Euphemia Kuliamat is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the gentleman from 6th District of Manila be recognized to avail of the privilege are the Honorable Bienvenido M. Abante Jr.
Honorable Bienvenido Abante, our Minority Leader, is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
due
Speaker,
respect to
we'd
the-
like to withdraw the motion.
Majority Leader.
We'd like to withdraw the motion of recognizing the Honorable Abante for his privileged speech.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to recognize the Honorable Edgar Mary Sarmiento for his privileged speech.
thank you so
Honorable
much.
Edgar Mary Sarmiento is recognized.
Thank you so much for that kind consideration, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader. Before I deliver my privileged speech, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, just a very short point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Because every time we open up the House, I just wonder, because when I was a member of the 17th Congress, we start with the national anthem before the invocation. I just want to be consistent, Mr. Speaker. This is clearly on page 21, to be specific, section 73, call to order. And I read it line by line. The Speaker shall call the House to order. After calling the House to order, the national anthem shall be sung, followed by an invocation by a member designated by the Speaker or a silent prayer. Mr. Speaker, are we going to be consistent about the rules of the House, wherein the national anthem should be the first order of the day before the invocation? Just want to be clarified, Mr. Speaker. On House Rule 73, Section 73, page 21. Because again, I wonder, Mr. Speaker, how come it's always the invocation first before the national anthem? I will not object to the ruling of the Speaker. On Section 73, please.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move for a few minutes suspension.
Session suspended.
Okay.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Sarmiento.
Honorable Edgar Mary Sarmiento is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on the point of inquiry relevant to Section 73, on which will come first, is it the invocation or the national anthem? Since this representation was called upon to deliver a privileged speech, and upon discussing clearly with the majority leader, I withdraw the point of inquiry.
Noted. Majority
And I'm
Leader.
hoping that succeedingly, if ever the question would be asked again, proper response will be is being sought by this representation relevant to Section 73.
In a proper time. Majority Leader.
Move to recognize the Honorable Sarmiento for his matter of
Honorable Edgar Mary Sarmiento is recognized for his privileged speech.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader. The privileged speech of this humble representation from the 1st District of Samar is relevant to the mandatory drug testing for driver's license applicants. Mr. Speaker, 31. It's not a date in the calendar, but this is a number of people that dies every day because of road crash. Tama po yan, 31 pong namamatay sa kalsada. Ibig sabihin, may namamatay po na mahigit sa isang tao bawat oras. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, members of this House of Representatives, it includes, of course, the vulnerable users of the road, which includes the pedestrian. Just last week, an incident occurred in Makati City, which resulted in the death of a 14-year-old student and the injuries of 7 others. Yan po, nakikita natin. Kawawa po, Mr. Speaker, sa ibang bansa, pag tayo po ay gumagamit ng pedestrian lane, humihinto po ang mga sasakyan. Dito po, kaawa-awa, parang binoling ang mga batang ito. Ulitin natin, isa pong namatay, and 7 others were injured. These students were on their way home to their families after class. While crossing the pedestrian where they have the feeling of being safe, mali pala. Sinagasaan po sila ng jeepney. Sad to say, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, my dear colleagues, the reckless driver tested positive of methamphetamine use. He has confessed that he was using illegal drugs. Yet he was still able to drive a public utility vehicle. The implication of the use of illegal drugs by our PUV drivers is no laughing matter. We are entrusting this person with the lives of hundreds of passengers, pedestrians, and other road users per day. For each time that the person drives their vehicle while high on drugs, the risk that the ordinary citizens are being subjected to are incalculable. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, last Congress, we have increased the duration of the validity of driver's license, but we have not considered that we have to be stricter with giving this out, especially to public utility drivers who are responsible for the lives of their passengers. Ayan po sa screen, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader. From 3 to 5 years, individual can possess their driver's license ngayon po from 5 to 10 years. That is a considerable amount of time. Now it is the right time to bring back para po sa akin, Mr. Speaker, ang mandatory drug testing as a requirement for obtaining a driver's license. If we cannot implement this for everyone, the requirement should be at least more stringent to those who earn their living from the transportation sector. A few years ago, our country has been implementing this requirement, but it was removed. Reports of corruption and uselessness have hounded it. We have to ask ourselves, is the abolition of the mandatory drug test the proper remedy for a flawed process? Right now, we have better access to technological innovations. Our government offices are starting to automate the basic services being offered to the public. Now we can accredit laboratories and make sure that the results are being sent directly to the LTO with less human intervention. If there is something erroneous with the process, then that is what we must address, Mr. Speaker. We should not let a procedural issue ruin a laudable initiative. The mandatory drug test is not the end, though, of all of these problems in the road crashes, Mr. Speaker. However, it is part of the solution we must implement to solve these. Rather than responding late, Mr. Speaker, it provides the government with a proactive and preventive intervention. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, nakikiusap po ako. Ibalik po natin ang mandatory drug testing na inalis po noong 2013 dahil sa RA 10586. Lalo't lalo na ang may hawak ng manobela sa pampublikong sasakyan at sa mga trucks na tumatakbo po sa ating mga kalsada. Yan lang po, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po. Salamat po sa pagkakataon.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Edgar Mary S. Sarmiento to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The privileged speech of Honorable Edgar Mary Sarmiento is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to extend the privilege hour. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is
By
there
one
any
more hour.
objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, before we call the next person to avail of the privilege hour, may you please recognize the guests of our Honorable Minority Leader. They are from the 6th District Barangay Sangguniang Kabataan officers and Barangay Chairs, Michi R. Castro, Alvin Basig, Ronald Taray, and SK Chairs Miko Custodio, Miguel Parian, Numar Kutaran, Rain Gagalak, Friz Aurelio, Abdullah Lukman, Francis Gabriel, Muriel Dizon, Jomel Soriano, Riley Mabulay, Ishak Rimbang, J. Villavicencio, Rodel Picoro, Ryochi Nakane, FB Naomi Cortez, JL Manango, Jared Santos, Michael Marin, and Resty Aguilar. Mr. Speaker.
To the guest of Honorable Benny Abante, please rise. You are very much welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize also the guests of our Speaker, Alan Peter Compañero Cayetano. They are the local officials of Pateros, and they are Councilors Jose Jonathan Sanchez, Jeric Reyes, Alan Dennis Mangoba, and Barangay Chairs Romeo Lodronio, Josie Alejandro, Omar Alcantara, Richard Palican, Ramir Ramirez, and Venancio Santidad. Mr. Speaker.
To the guest of our Speaker, Alan Peter Cayetano, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, please also recognize the Sangguniang Bayan members, guests of the Honorable X.J. Romualdo. They are Rex Anthony Vivares, Argenito Sabacahan Jr., Lander June Kutab, Emmanuel Aranas, Nelfer Katakutan, Norjin Ceniza, Eileen Grado, Silverio Chan, and Orlando Gamao. Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of Honorable X.J. Romualdo, you're very much welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we also have the following, who are the guests of the Honorable Deputy Speaker Paulo Z. Duterte and the Honorable Representative Elias C. Bulot Jr. They are the members of the Municipal Council of the Municipality of Conar, Apayao, and they are Attorney Jorico Bayaua, who is the Vice Mayor, Artemio Gonayon, Enrique B. Bernardino Jr., Lloyd Ganaban, Mario L. Dognayon, Eduardo Vergara, Jefferson Tugade, Alexander Aswique, Fernando Seoad, and Rowena Molina. Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of Deputy Speaker Paulo Duterte and Honorable Bolot, you are welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Minority Leader Bienvenido Abante Jr. for his privileged speech. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Benny Abante, our Minority Leader, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My esteemed colleagues in the House, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I rise on a matter of personal privilege to share my sentiments on a development that has elicited strong responses, not only in our country, but beyond our shores. President Rodrigo Duterte's decision to end the Visiting Forces Agreement with the United States of America. As with any critical policy decision of the executive, Mr. Speaker, there are those who have voiced their opposition to the abrogation of the VFA, and those who have expressed support for the same. Mr. Speaker, my friends and colleagues in the House, in such an important national discussion, I believe that it is not just our right, but our duty to weigh in and say our piece about a decision that will have huge ramifications on the lives of our constituent and our nation. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, I wish to state for the record that I am in favor of the President's decision to terminate this agreement, and I believe that we stand to benefit in the long run from ending an accord that noted constitutionalist Father Joaquin Bernas once referred to as, I quote, an insult to the Filipino intelligence, end of quote. Mga kababayan, mga kaibigan, there is a reason behind that scathing categorization of this treaty. And in my view, it would serve us all to revisit the VFA and its provisions so that we have a better appreciation of the President's decision. One that is consistent with earlier pronouncements to pursue an independent foreign policy. Balikan po natin ang pag-ratify ng VFA noong Mayo 1999. Despite mounting opposition to the treaty, the VFA was ratified by the Senate in a viva voce vote, with only 5 senators voting against its ratification. The 5 senators were Senator Chufisto Gingona Jr., Senator Sergio Osmeña III, the late Senator Aquilino Pimentel Jr., the late Senator Raul Roco, and then Senator and now Deputy Speaker Loren Legarda. Mr. Speaker, various issues were raised against the ratification of the treaty. First is the absence of reciprocity, because while we acted on the VFA as a treaty, the U.S. government treated the same as an executive agreement. Second were issues regarding jurisdiction of U.S. personnel found to have violated our laws. Father Bernas said it best when he lamented that, and I quote, "The provisions on criminal jurisdiction are so devilishly convoluted that in the end they take away whatever they pretend to give to Philippine authorities." End of quote. The provisions regarding criminal jurisdiction is so one-sided, Mr. Speaker, that the late, great Senator Roco referred to the VFA as he said, the special treatment agreement. Another issue raised against the VFA was lack of clarity regarding the entry of nuclear vessels and weapons, a valid concern since our very own Constitution, Mr. Speaker, forbids it. Another point raised was stressed by Deputy Speaker Legarda, who scored the agreement for the absence of provisions regarding environmental protection. The social cost of hosting U.S. troops in our shores were also brought up, and history has borne out the fact that these concerns were valid. Sa madaling salita, Mr. Speaker, lugi po tayo sa agreement na ito. Lugi po ang taong bayan sa VFA. It is true that we must work with other nations to pursue shared interests, but it is also true that we must do so in a manner that does not violate our sovereignty nor make us second-class citizens in our own country. Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, Article 2, Section 7 of the Constitution states that our nation, I quote, shall pursue an independent foreign policy, and that in our relations with other states, and I quote further, the paramount consideration shall be national sovereignty, territorial integrity, national interest, and the right to self-determination. End of quote. Sovereignty, national interest, the right to self-determination. It is clear to me, Mr. Speaker, that abrogating the VFA as it is currently worded is not only consistent with our Constitution, it is the right thing to do. Now, I know there are those concerned with the military aid that we receive from the United States as a result of this treaty. However, Mr. Speaker, if we are to finally pursue a truly independent foreign policy, we must be willing to end our mendicancy. Nakikita po nyo naman sa BFA na ito, kung nagbibigay po yung mga Amerikano, ay yung mga equipment na hindi na po nila pwedeng gamitin. Yan po ba equal, Mr. Speaker? Our dependence on superpowers for military aid, the time to beat up our own military without foreign aid is long overdue. It is time to explore other possibilities, other alternatives, without compromising on our values, our laws, and the welfare of our people. Legitimate concerns have likewise been raised about how this recent development signals a pivot to China. This, Mr. Speaker, does not necessarily follow. We have a long history with the United States, one that cannot be discarded or discounted with the termination of a single agreement. Our governments are similar. Our Constitution is practically patterned after that of the United States. Mr. Speaker, pursuing our own path does not mean we are rushing from one partner to another. It simply means we are now charting our own direction, deciding our fate on our terms, not on the terms of powerful nations. Let us embrace the abrogation of the VFA and forge ahead, confident in our abilities, our resources, and in our capacity to successfully pursue a genuinely independent foreign policy. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes suspension.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from the ACT Teachers Party List, the Honorable Franz Castro, for her interpellation.
Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Party List, recognized.
So, would the Minority Leader, our Speaker on BFA, yield to some clarificatory questions?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, una po, Mr. Speaker, ako po ay bumabati sa ating Minority Leader sa kanyang privilege speech, kaugnay nung kanyang pananaw at posisyon, kaugnay noong abrogation ng BFA. So, ilan po mga katanungan at paglilinaw para malaman lang po ng ating mga mamamayan, bakit po ba ganito yung naging posisyon? At incidentally po, Mr. Speaker, ang kinatawan din pong ito ay ganun din po ang pananaw. So sinabi niyo po, Mr. Speaker, na tayo po ay nalulugi or itong agreement na to, yung Visiting Forces Agreement, ay talong-talo ang taong bayan o luging-lugi ang taong bayan dito sa agreement na ito. Supposedly, pag may agreement, hindi po ba, Mr. Speaker, dapat pag nagkaroon ng agreement ang dalawang bansa o dalawang jurisdiction, kailangan meron dapat itong pantay na kapakinabangan sa isa't isa. Pero sinabi niyo po, tayo po ay lugi dito sa BFA na to. Paano po niyo nasabi yon at pwede po bang ipaliwanag natin in terms of yung military point of view, yung ating pong teritoryo at yung pong ginagamit sa atin ng mga kung ano naman po pasilidad.
Naalala ko, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, salamat po sa inyong katanungan. Marami ng taong nakakaraan nung pinaalis po natin ang mga base militar ng Amerika sa ating bansa. Nung araw po, batang-bata po ako, aking pong titignan mabuti. Ito ba'y makakabuti po sa ating bayan o hindi? Nakita po naman natin na kahit na po nung araw, gumagamit po yun lang pong Clark Air Force Base nung araw. na napakalaki pong lupain. Ha? Yung lupain pong yan, mula pa doon sa Angeles City. Pagkatapos hanggang Capas, Tarlac yan. Napakalaki po. Pero magkano po ang binabayad sa atin? Naalala ko nung araw, ang binabayad lamang po sa atin ay $500 million in a number of years. No? Samantalang yung base militar ng Amerika sa South Korea ay binabayaran po nila ng 3 times or 4 times kesa po sa atin. Pero hindi lang po yung Clark. Andun po yung Subic. Hindi lang yung Subic, may Sangley Point pa. Hindi lang yung Sangley Point, meron pa silang rest and recreation doon sa Camp-Janhay. At meron mo pong Basa Air Base doon sa La Union. 5, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, na mga base militar ng Amerika kung saan nag-e-enjoy sila sa isang estratehiya na military superpower. Subalit wala naman pong talagang masyadong pakinabang sa ating bansa, Mr. Speaker. Kaya sa pamamagitan po niyan, wala pong pinagkaibayan dito po sa mga agreement na ginagawa natin between the United States and the Philippines. Kaya dapat na po talagang tanggalin yan.
Okay. So nabanggit natin, yung meron tayo ditong 5 pasilidad ng US sa iba't ibang kampo ng militar. Tama po ba yon?
Yes.
So, dito po sa iba't ibang kampo ng militar na kung saan nandito po yung nakalagay yung mga basing or pagbabase ng US forces dito sa Pilipinas. Meron po ba itong binabayad na renta sa kuryente at iba pa pong mga pasilidad?
Well, of course, pag pinag-usapan po yung kanilang mga kinakailangang bayaran na internal, maaaring kanila na yon. Subalit, hindi po sapat sa akin, pananaw. Ang pagbabayad po ng renta ng Estados Unidos po sa ating bayan. Dito po lamang sa 5 base militar na ito, na kung saan libreng-libre po silang maglanding kahit na mga nuclear warfare po nila. Hindi po naman tama ang compensation na ibinibigay po sa atin.
Okay. Bukod pa sa compensation, Mr. Speaker, may binabanggit din po, di ba? Ilan taon na nga po ba ang BFA dito, Mr. Chair, Your Honor? Almost 20 years?
Around 20 years ago.
More than 22 years. So, sa more than 22 years na ito, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, meron din tayo ditong mga naging usapin kaugnay ng mga human rights violations, yung mga harassment, sexual abuse, at iba't iba pong mga natural resources na mga abuso. Pwede po bang mabanggit ito, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor?
Well, yeah, of course. Meron yan. Tulad nung kaso yata doon sa Olongapo, dahil lang sa visiting force agreement na ito, ay nakikita natin na hindi po yata pantay ang nangyayari tungkol dito. At ilang pang mga human rights violation na alam ko na ang ating Congresswoman Franz Castro ay nakakaalam po nito. Kaya sama-sama na po ito. Kaya dapat po lamang na talagang i-abrogate na po ito, hindi po doon sa reason na ibinigay ng Pangulo, kundi talagang dapat lamang na ito po atin ang tanggalin para tunay na tayo po ay magkaroon na ng tinatawag nating independent foreign policy talaga.
Isa po dito ay yung very popular na Mr. Speaker na tungkol doon sa discrimination and sexual abuse nung isang US Army, yung tungkol doon kay Pemberton.
Yes. Alam ko yun.
This ating LGBT o transgender. Okay, so isa po ito. Tapos yung pong, how about po yung yung Tubataha Reef, di ba? Meron pong nangyaring yung isang barko po ay dumaan doon sa Tubataha Reef at nasira yung ating mga corals. At dito po, inamin naman ng US na nasira nila. In fact, nagbayad din sila rito. So, ito rin yung ilan lang sa mga napabalita at mga totoong mga nangyari kaugnay noong kung bakit ayaw natin yung BFA dahil minsan yung kanilang agreement ay hindi na rin natutupad. Halimbawa din po yung pagpunta sa iba't ibang mga lugar ng mga US personnel. Okay. So, mahalaga po na makita ng taong bayan na halimbawa po yung sinasabi dito na sinabi nyo kanina na kayo po ay sumasang-ayon kay President Duterte doon sa pag-abrogate nitong BFA na to. Hindi na po ba natin kailangan dito yung, halimbawa po yung Senate, yung pagsang-ayon ng Senate? Ano po bang sinasabi sa ating konstitusyon? O doon sa agreement? Yung kaugnay po nung posisyon nung Senate. Kasi po, hindi po ba merong...
Kanina po nabanggit nga na kinakailangan meron tapong concurrence sa Senado. Kaya nga ang Senado ay nag-file yata ng petition sa Supreme Court about this. No? Pero whatever it might be, Mr. Speaker, palagay ko dapat lamang na sumang-ayon na ang Senado. No? Kung talagang kinakailangan po ng concurrence sa Senado, dapat lamang pong sumang-ayon na ang Senado sa desisyon ng Pangulo na tanggalin na po ang BFA na ito.
Okay, so siguro din para maging mas maging matibay yung ating posisyon para sa pag-abrogate nitong BFA na to, maganda ring makatulong ang ating mga mamamayan, lalong-lalo na yung ating yung mga mamamayang apektado nitong mga exercises na ito na talagang magsalita at talagang magsabi kung ano pa yung nagiging epekto nito dun sa ating bansa. So, ito lang po, Mr. Speaker, at ako po ay muli bumabati po sa ating minority leader doon sa kanyang privilege speech.
Majority Leader.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the Bayan Muna Party List, the Honorable Ferdinand Gaite, for his interpellation.
So, gentleman from Bayan Muna Party List, Honorable Ferdinand Gaite, is recognized to interpellate the Minority Leader.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Pahintulutan ba ng ating Minority Floor Leader, Bellabante, na makapagtanong ang kinatawang ito hinggil sa napakagandang privilege speech na inilahad ng ating kapita-pitagang Minority Floor Leader, Mr. Speaker.
Opo.
Maraming salamat po. Alam na natin sa mga nakarang araw o ilang linggo na isinusulong ngayon ng pamahalaan ni Duterte na i-abrogate na ang Visiting Forces Agreement na sinang-ayunan ng ating Senado noong Mayo 27, 1999. Aware po ba na meron na ho bang isinampang liham sa US State Department hinggil sa nabanggit na abrogation, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Meron na po yatang sulat o liham ang ibinigay ng executive ng Malacanang doon po sa US Embassy kamakailan.
Maraming salamat po. At ito nga yung isa sa mga hakbang na kailangan gawin bagamat may panahon ng effectivity po nito. Kung di ako nagkakamali, 180 days ata bago siya maging effective. Bagamat totoo naman sa kaninang katanungan, ito ba'y mangangailangan ba ng kung ito ay tratado na sinang-ayunan o ni-ratify ng ating Senate, may usapin hinggil sa kailangan rin ba ng necessarily ba na ito rin ba ay kailangan rin ng Senate na action para i-abrogate. Bagamat totoo na ang sinasabi dahil ang Pangulo ang pinakamataas na Chief Executive Officer ng ating bansa, yung kanyang mga hakbang na ginagawa ay maaaring tignan na rin bilang bahagi ng kanyang kapangyarihan bilang Pangulo. Tama po ba yun?
Sa pagkakaalam ko, sa pagkatanong ko sa ilang mga abogado, ay may mga nagsasabi na kailangan daw ng concurrence ng Senado upang finally ma-terminate na itong BFA agreement na ito. No? Although, siyempre, kung kailangan po ng concurrence Senado yan, siyempre siguro ang gagawin po ng US State Department maglalabi yan, no? Sa mga senador para pigilan po na matupad ang termination yan. So bali sana po ako ang panalangin ko, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ay hindi na ho magbago ang stand ng Malacanang tungkol dito. Talagang sana po talagang ito'y tuluyan na at talagang ito po ay i-refer na sa mahuhusay ng mga abogado ng gobyerno at talagang itayuan na ito. Panindigan na po ito ng ating pamahalaan. Na talagang ito pong VFA agreement na ito ay talagang ma-terminate na. Panahon na po ito na ito ay hindi na gumana pa sa ating bansa.
Maraming salamat po, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. Nabanggit nyo pa kanina na ang kasunduang ito ay hindi patas, hindi pantay. Ano ho ba yung pinakamayor na usapin na masasabi natin hindi patas ito, lalo na sa interes ng soberanya ng mamayang Pilipino? Ang Visiting Forces Agreement ay isang kasunduan. Actually, dalawa nga po ito, yung BFA 1 at yung BFA 2. At dito'y sumasaklaw hinggil sa mga karapatan ng pagpasok ng mga dayong puwersang armado ng Estados Unidos sa ating bansa at yung VFA 2, baliktad naman. Yung pagpasok ng mga Pilipinong miyembro ng militar sa Estados Unidos. Ano ho ba yung pinakabuod kung bakit nasabi natin hindi pantay ang kasunduang ito, Mr. Speaker?
Ilang mga bagay, Mr. Speaker, Honor. Noong isang gabi, ako'y may kausap na isang important na tao, no? Na sa ekonomiya ng bansa natin. Na sinasabi niya, pagkat siya po ay laban dun sa termination ng BFA, binabagit niya na tinatanggihan daw natin ng $975 million na ibinibigay po ng Estados Unidos sa ating bansa sa pamamagitan po ng BFA. $974 million. Ganun lang po ba ang Pilipinas? Di ba? Hindi ba tayo naiinsulto sa ganung mga pananaw? Na hanggang ngayon ay parang hindi lamang tayo alipin ng Amerika, kundi tayo ay pulubi pa ng Amerika. Pero hindi lamang po yan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. The fact na ang taong bayan natin, nalalaman naman nila na kung nagbibigay man ang Amerika ng mga military equipment natin, ay hindi na bukagamit-gamit sa kanila. Kumbaga, nagbibigay ka ng laruan, isang bata na nagbibigay ng laruan sa kanyang isang kaibigang bata, binibigay niya yung laruang sirana, hindi na magamit. Palagay ko po, ay hindi po pantay ang pananaw ng Estados Unidos sa Pilipinas. Yan lang po sa akin. Sa akin lang po ay equal respect. Total. We are both sovereign countries. Kung siguro po, yung peace agreement na yan, talagang equal ang treatment sa atin, abay mag-iisip pa ako. Sabi nila, at war, ay didepensahan po tayo. Nagtatayo na nga po ng military airport ang China doon sa ating isla natin. Dumadaan-daan lang po yung mga barko ng Amerika, wala namang ginagawa. Kahit na statement na ginagawa nila para protektahan tayo. Sinasabi lamang na yan daw po'y international gateway. Yan daw po'y daanan ng lahat ng mga barko ng iba't ibang bansa. Bakit hindi magbigay na statement ng Amerika? O kayo mga Chinese, huwag kayo magtatayo ng anumang military dyan sapagkat itong Pilipinas na ito, tutulungan namin ito, ipagtatanggol namin ito. Wala namang ganun . You see, masabuti pa, natanggalin na po ito para, hindi na po tayo target ng ibang bansa. Sapagkat kung tayo may kinakampang isang bansa, target pa rin tayo ng ibang bansa. Kapag nagkaroon ng digmaan, mas maganda po yung tayo neutral at nakikisama at kaibigan ng lahat ng bansa na naniniwala tayo sa tunay na independent foreign policy. Yun po sa akin.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, sa ating kagalang-galang na Congressman Benny Abante, sapagkat talagang malinaw na doon sa katanungang ano yung sinasabing onerous o hindi pantay ng mga kasunduan na tulad ng BFA, malinaw talaga na nabanggit na doon sa binasabing kapalit ng military assistance o yung mga economic assistance, hindi kayang bayaran yung ating soberanya. Alam naman natin na sa matagal na panahon ay naging isang kolonya tayo ng Estados Unidos. At tila hindi na nawala yung ganong uri ng relasyon na tayo ay nagbistulang kolonya pa rin o yung tawag ng neokolonya, habang ang ating bansa ay tinuring parang isang, masasabi na nga, isang malaking isang military base ng Estados Unidos. Matanong ko lang, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, sa kasaysayan ng mga kasunduang ito, meron pa ho bang ibang mga agreements? By the way, doon pa lamang sa agreement ay makikita na natin di patas. Nabanggit niyo po, Your Honor, na tayo, ang Pilipinas, we treat this as a treaty which requires a Senate ratification. On the other hand, yung US, they treat this as a mere executive agreement, which is why hindi nagre-require ng Senate ratification. Kaya doon pa lamang makikita natin kung paano yung pagbigay ng pagpapahalaga dito sa tratadong ito. Pero liban po doon, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ano ho pa bang ibang mga kasunduan na masasabi natin na kasama dito sa mga iba pang kasunduang masasabi nating di patas? Kasi kung maalala nga po natin, nabanggit nyo po yung mga tumutol doon sa pagraratipika ng Visiting Forces Agreement. Pero naalala ko may Magnificent 12 noong panahon ng 1991 na nung pinag-uusapan muli ang pagpasok ng bagong tratado, yung Military Bases Agreement ay naging usapin rin at naging isang medyo divisive na issue sa ating bansa dahil nagkakaroon ng pagtatalo sa pagitan ng Senado na ikutiba at ng mga mamamayang Pilipino. Meron rin mga iba pang kasunduan tulad ng Mutual Support Agreement, MLSA. Nandyan rin yung EDCA, Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. Masasabi po ba ng ating kagalang-galang na congressman from Manila na masasabi ba natin na itong mga kasunduan ito ay bahagi rin ng mga hindi patas na mga kasunduan na laging masasabing dehado ang bansang Pilipinas, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Ako, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, inaamin ko na hindi ko alam ang substance ng mga agreement na yan. The fact na hindi na patas itong BFA, lahat po ng agreement ng militar between the US and the Philippines ay hindi rin patas. Whether it be the Mutual Defense Treaty o yung EDCA, dapat kung talagang panindigan na ng ating Pangulo na abrogate na itong BFA na ito, abrogate na rin lahat ng mga agreement na ating ginawa between the US and the Philippines. Sapagkat hindi talaga magiging patas yan. We can never have an equal, fair agreement with any superpower country. Kaya wag na po nating ituloy yung mga bagay na yan. Yan po, ibasura na po natin yan, mga agreement na yan. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po sa paglilinaw, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, dahil totoo nga po na ang dami pa hong kasunduan na kaugnay nitong Visiting Forces Agreement na tulad na sa inyong obserbasyon ay hindi rin patas. Marami na hong documented na mga instances na kung saan yung ating soberanya, tulad ng pagpasok ng USS Guardian na maalala niyo po sumadsad doon sa Tubataha Reef. Nag-cause ng napakalaking damage. Hindi natin mahabol ayon sa pamahalaan noon dahil hindi naman daw military exercise yon. Pero the mere fact na pumasok ang isang dayo, at hindi po simpleng dayo, isang military vehicle o barko na pumasok sa ating jurisdiction, ay patunay ito na nilalabag o nilalapastangan yung ating karapatan. Yung maraming mga insidente ng mga puwersa ng mga Amerikano ang nasangkot sa mga malulubhang kaso ng panggagahasa, hindi lang po panggagahasa, pamamaslang ng ating kapwa Pilipino, ay itinrato na lang na parang ang may jurisdiction pa rin sa mga kaso sa pagdinig dito ay halos kontrolado pa rin ng mga otoridad ng Estados Unidos. As a matter of fact, doong may mga insidente na na-involve ang ilang mga sundalong Amerikano, ay doon sa halip na ikulong sa ating mga selda ng ating BJMP o iba pa, ay dinala pa sa loob mismo ng embahada ng Estados Unidos. At ang balita natin, sa halip na ilagay sila sa mga kulungan na dapat lamang habang naghihintay sila sa paglilitis, ay nilagay sa mga espesyal na mga lugar sa loob mismo ng base ng mga kampo ng AFP o Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Sa akin pananaw, Mr. Speaker, Honor, itong lahat ng mga military agreement na ito, kung talagang aaminin po ng United States, it is solely to protect the United States. It is not to protect the Philippines. Hindi po yun eh. I mean, para tayo ginagawa lang tayong parang sangkalan, unang sangkalan. Pero ang katunayan niyan, it is to protect the United States, not really to equally protect our nation.
Maraming salamat po. Yun po yung parang pinaka very accurate, very succinct na description. To whose benefit does the agreement work for? Tama po ang nasabi ng ating kapitapitagang minority floor leader, sapagkat alam natin na dito sa mga ganitong uri ng kasunduan, yung binabanggit na kakaunting pakinabang daw, tulad ng binabanggit na $900 million na sinasabing gamit panggera, pero luma, natatanggal yung mga helicopter na biglang natatanggal yung LEC, yung mga barkong hindi magamit dahil kailangan mo pang i-refurbish at bibili ka rin ng gamit, o yung gastos para i-refurbish lang ito ay parang bumili ka ng bagong barko o bagong barko de guerra. Lahat ng ito ay para sa pabor nila, hindi sa interes ng ating bayan. At alam naman natin, hindi natin maaaring iasa ang ating kasarinlan at soberanya sa dayo. Kailangan ang sarili nating bayan ang magtatanggol sa sarili nating kalayaan at kasarinlan. Kaya po, sumasang-ayon ba, panghuli, sa ating, sumasang-ayon ba ang ating minority floor leader na kung gayon din lang ang kasunduang BFA na ngayon ay nasa proseso na ng abrogation, sang-ayon rin ba na ito pang mga iba pang onerous na agreements na banggit, yung EDCA, yung MSLA, among others, napapanahon na rin kaya na ito ay dapat na rin i-abrogate, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker?
Sumasang-ayon po ako, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Dapat lamang.
Maraming salamat. Kung gayon, kaisak natin ang mga kinatawan dito sa Kongreso na dapat gumawa na ng mga konkretong hakbang para itong mga hindi pantay na mga kasunduan, bunga na rin na sinasabing meron daw sariling kasarinlan at soberanya ang ating bansa. Napapanahon na rin na ito ay i-abrogate. Maraming salamat. Mabuhay po kayo.
Salamat po,
Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po, Your Honor.
Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from Kabataan Party List, the Honorable Sara Elago, for her interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from Kabataan Party List, Honorable Sara Elago, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished minority leader yield to a few questions from this youth representation?
With pleasure, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
First, Mr. Speaker, what is the position of the distinguished minority leader with regard to a possible or potential visiting forces agreement with other countries, such as stated by the PCOO Secretary in an interview, countries such as Russia or China?
Well, my position is that if we are going to pursue an independent foreign policy, that if we are going to abrogate any agreement from the United States, let us not anymore try to court another country for any kind of military agreement. Let us now really pursue an independent foreign policy. Yun po yung sa akin. Sapagkat kung if we are going to abrogate the BFA agreement with the US, and then we will again court another country like Russia or China, what's the use? Diba? I mean, pag talagang ito, independent foreign policy ito, wag na po tayong maligaw pa sa ibang bansa.
Mr. Speaker, ito po ang dahilan kung bakit pagdating po sa kabataan, mahalaga na magkaroon tayo ng kumpletong plano kung paano natin palalakasin, pagtitibayin ang isang nagsasariling patakarang panlabas, ang isang independent foreign policy na talagang magsisilbi sa una't una sa pangunahin para sa interes ng mamamayang Pilipino at ng bayang Pilipinas. So hindi po ito tungkol doon sa kung maka-US man, maka-Russia, maka-China. Tayo po ay mga maka-Pilipino.
Yes.
Tayo ay papasok sa iba't ibang mga kasunduan, no bilateral, multilateral agreements, maaari tayong pumasok dyan. Basta po nakalapat sa isang independent foreign policy at hindi po magsusunod-sunuran na lamang sa dikta ng dayuhan dito sa ating bansa. Nais ko lang din pong banggitin na sa mga kabataan, isa pong inspirasyon ang diskusyon tungkol sa definition o sa kahulugan ng nasyonalismo na i-envision po ng framers ng ating Constitution noong kanilang sinabi na ang tipo ng kalidad na edukasyon sa ating bansa ay dapat po nagpapatimo sa bawat isa sa atin ng pagiging makabayan. Ang sinabi po doon, and I quote, this is from Commissioner Rene Sarmiento. He said that Filipino nationalism is more than patriotism. It is more than the love of land and people, loyalty to flag and country, and readiness to sacrifice personal interest for the common good. It is the firm resolve never to allow our people to be dominated, controlled by foreign powers or domestic tyrants, and to oppose imperialism and hegemony with all the means at our command. Hindi po tayo magsusunod-sunuran na lamang, kundi dapat kumpleto, buong buo, yung ating pagtataya, yung ating commitment sa pagtatanggol sa ating bayan, sa anumang panghihimasok sa politika, sa ekonomiya, sa affairs ng ating bansa. Kung tayo po ay makikipagtulungan, ito ay nakabatay doon sa mutual na benefits at may mutual na respeto doon sa soberanya ng ating bayan. Kaya naman, hinihikayat ko din ang mga kabataan na hindi lang pag-aralan ng issue na ito, kundi kinakailangan din na simulan na natin ang diskusyon tungkol sa pag-aaral, sa pag-aaral pa ng mga posibleng hakbang tungkol dun sa ibang mga agreements pa na nabanggit, mula sa Mutual Defense Treaty hanggang sa Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement at iba pang maaaring mga agreements na planong pasukin ng Administrasyong Duterte. Dahil hindi po natin papayagan na muli na naman tayong papasok sa isang agreement. Kasi isa din po yung posibilidad na maaaring maipalit na bagong VFA. Tayo po ay magiging mas handa na hindi lang magtatalakay sa issue na ito, kundi ang nasa isip natin ay kung ano ba ang nasa interes ng ating bansa. Ayun lamang ho, maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Maraming salamat sa ating distinguished minority leader.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we go on with our next interpellator, may you please recognize the guest of our Honorable Speaker, Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano. He is Mr. Manolito Tolitz Divina, 2019 SEA Games gold medalist, obstacle course racing mixed, two-time Clark Miami 50 miles trail race champion, first place in the 2015 The North Face Singapore 50K, first place 2016 Ultra Trail Hong Kong 156K, first place 2015 Pilipinas Mountain Series 32K, and first place 2019 Salomon X Trail Run 50K. Mr. Speaker.
Guest of Speaker Alan Peter Compañero Cayetano, Mr. Manolito Tolitz Divina, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the APEC party list, the Honorable Sergio Dagook, for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sergio Dagook of APEC party list recognized for his interpellation to the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ang kagalang-galang ba na Minority Floor Leader ay sangayon sa ilang mga katanungan at paglilinaw?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished Minority Floor Leader, sangayon po ba kayo na under the Visiting Forces Agreement, during the times of armed conflicts, we are vulnerable at we are in danger during armed conflicts between the United States and, for example, in our region?
Well, if I don't know if you're talking about armed conflict between the U.S. and the Philippines, pero palagay ko, any domestic armed conflict we have, tayo na lang dapat ang sumagot niyan, tayo na lang dapat ang mag-resolve ng ating sariling domestic armed conflict. And I don't even think that when it comes to any armed conflict with any foreign power, palagay ko that is hindi mangyayari yan.
But in case na mangyayari, worst scenario, Mr. Speaker, distinguished Minority Leader, talagang vulnerable tayo because may naka-station dito some of their forces.
Well, of course, kung wala na po yung BFA agreement na yan, mawawala na po yung mga forces ng Estados Unidos.
Sasakayon din po ba kayo, kagalang-galang na Minority Leader, na dahil dyan, na we are vulnerable in terms of armed conflicts in our region? Yung Visiting Forces Agreement ay magiging, ang pangalan ko dyan ay magiging vulnerable friend of America tayo. Yung VFA ko ay magiging vulnerable friend of America.
Mukhang hindi ko yata masyado naintindihan yung vulnerable friend of America. Kasi ano pong ibig sabihin niyo nun, Your Honor?
If some of their forces are stationed in our country, kung hindi siya ma-abrogate, may sinasabi ka kanina na mayroong mga nakabase sa ating bansa na mga armed forces ng US at mga BC. So, in terms of pangyari, worst scenario, nangyayari yung armed conflict in our region, Asia Pacific region, we are vulnerable na matatarget din tayo doon sa mga kalaban. Yan pong ibig sabihin.
I would think so. Kung halimbawa, meron tayong BFA agreement with the US, no? Siyempre, pag nagkaroon ng digmaan ng US sa ibang bansa, we are very vulnerable because we are siding with the US.
Kaya palagay ko, pag hindi na-abrogate yan, magiging vulnerable friend talaga tayo of America.
In a way, yes, that's true.
Ginoong Speaker, distinguished Minority Leader, may mga nagsasabi po na tumututol sa desisyon ng Pangulo dahil may mawawala sa atin pag na-abrogate yan, ano ho ba sa palagay mo yung mawawala sa atin?
Well, mawawala lang po yung mga second hand o third hand na binibigay po military equipment ng US. Mawawala na po yung mga tinatawag na ginagawa tayong mga alipin, ginagawa tayong mga beggars na para bang yung mga tira-tira ng US ay binibigay sa atin. No? Pero nawala po sa atin ang 5 base militar ng US sa ating bansa na nagbibigay po din naman ng trabaho sa marami. Pero afterwards, nakikita po natin na hindi naman tayo bumagsak economically. I mean, today, we find Subic to be a development area. We find the Clark Development Corporation to be a trading area in the Philippines. Hindi po tayo nasaktan ng gusto nung nawala yung mga base militar.
So, hindi po kayo sumasang-ayon, Ginoong Minority Leader, na hindi po kayo sumasang-ayon na tama po yung mga apprehensions nung mga against the abrogation. Na mali po yung apprehensions nung mga against the abrogation.
Oh, yes. Mali po yan. I mean, I don't believe in that. Yeah, no.
Another clarificatory question po, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Minority Leader. Are you in favor that during the 180 days na palugit upon receipt of the US doon sa notice of termination, are you in favor na we will negotiate with another agreement na with the US?
No, I'm not. Except perhaps an equally beneficial trade agreement, for example, but not any kind of a military agreement.
Are you also, do you also agree doon sa mga apprehensions na magkakaroon tayo ng problema sa intelligence gathering dahil sa pagkawala ng visiting forces agreement?
No, I don't think so. I think that our armed forces have enough capacity and intelligence for any intelligence gathering without the help of any foreign power.
Kanina po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished minority leader, sinabi mo po doon sa privileged speech mo na mukhang hindi patas yung agreement na to dahil sa kanila, this is only an executive agreement, pero sa atin, we considered it as a treaty. Ano ho ba ang kaibahan? Kindly educate me. Ano ho ba ang kaibahan ng executive agreement at treaty?
Well, actually, it's just a decision of the United States leaders, for example, on that agreement, rather than a real treaty, which involve all of the number one branches of government, or it might only be an agreement between two leaders without the concurrence of the different leaders of our country. So yun ang pagkakaiba na tinatawag nating executive agreement to a real equal treaty.
So finally, Mr. Speaker, Minority Leader, kayo po ba ay pabor na in the future, we will negotiate another treaty with the US?
Not with a military treaty, no.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished Minority Leader.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman of Albay for his interpellation.
From the
I move
first
to
district
recognize.
of Albay, Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the distinguished gentleman from the 6th District of Manila yield?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
At the outset, I would like to stress that I was, and until now, I'm against the Visiting Forces Agreement. Because it is basically an intrusion, if not an assault, against Philippine sovereignty. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished gentleman from Manila, would you kindly reiterate the overriding and major reasons cited by those opposed to the BFA?
Well, of course, there are those that are opposed to the BFA with different reasons, like the human rights violations, like just like what you said, intrusion to our sovereignty. But when it comes to my own personal reason, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is that I believe if we are going to really go through a course of an independent foreign policy, that we should no longer make any military agreement or treaty with any other country. That we will now pursue a foreign policy which is actually good for our nation and good for our people, without having this treaty, which to me is not actually equal nor even mutually beneficial to our country and theirs, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, let me just cite the reasons of the oppositors already mentioned by the distinguished representative. One is, it is offensive to Philippine sovereignty. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes.
Number two, it is an unequal agreement against the interests of the Philippines.
Very true.
Number three, while the Philippines considers the BFA as a treaty, the United States considers it as a mere executive agreement.
That's right.
Having confirmed these major and overriding reasons, may we know whether the reason of the President for deciding to abrogate the Visiting Forces Agreement was based on any of these major and overriding reasons?
Well, of course, I said in my privilege speech that I am not one with the same reason with the President in abrogating VFA. Because, of course, a lot of Filipinos, looking at what the President said, only had one reason, and that is, of course, the revoking of the visa of a certain senator. I do not actually share the same reason, but the following reasons that you gave, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, are the same reasons that I espouse when I say that we have to abrogate the VFA.
Okay. Well, in other words, what the distinguished gentleman is saying is that the decision of the President to abrogate the Visiting Forces Agreement was a retaliatory act in relation to the cancellation of the U.S. visa of Senator De La Rosa. Is that correct?
Well, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, whatever his personal reason might be, I would not be in any way to judge.
No, I am not trying to ask the minority leader to judge the decision of the President. I am just asking the distinguished gentleman to confirm that that was the sole reason of the President.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, perhaps, I would not in any way confirm nor deny, but perhaps, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yeah, that perhaps would actually document that the President's reason for the abrogation is ludicrous because it is not based on a major and overriding cause. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished gentlemen, for accommodating my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Benvenido Abante to the Committee on Rules and its interpellations to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to extend the privileged hour for another 30 minutes.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Aurelio Dong Gonzales of Pampanga for his privileged speech.
Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales recognized for his privileged speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, fellow members of this august chamber, the officers and employees of honorable institution, my countrymen, guests, ladies and gentlemen, my sincere greetings of peace, unity, and solidarity. Nelson Mandela once said that our rich and varied cultural heritage has a profound power to help build our nation. Mr. Speaker, today I stand before this honorable chamber on a matter of personal and collective privilege to express a foremost legislative concern affecting not only our identity as Filipino, but also our vital link to inspirational, cultural, and patriotic legacies. Kabahagi po ng ating kasaysayan, ang pagkakalinlan ay ang mga cultural heritage na sumisimbolo sa kausayan, katatagan, at kagalingan ng lahing Pilipino. Isa po rito ang Philippine Christmas Village o mas kilala bilang Paskuhan Village. Ito po ang pinakaunang Christmas village sa buong Asia. Tinampok dito ang iba't ibang atraksyon gaya ng museo, pampamilihan, mga kultural na panlibangan at tanghalan ng mga likhang sining ng Pampanga. Ang Paskuhan Village ay sumasalamin sa tradisyon ng mga Pilipino tuwing Kapaskuhan dahil buong taon isinasagawa po natin at ipinagdiriwang ang Pasko dito. Naiiba ang Paskuhan Village dahil malahiganteng parol at disenyo nito at matatagpuan lang po sa gitna ng Central Luzon. Noong pong dekada 90, tinampok po dito ang Paskuhan Village ang Ligligan Parol o Giant Lantern Festival kung saan tinanghal ang mga higanteng parol ng Pampanga. Ang Paskuhan Village ay nagsilbi ring tanghalan ng First International Garden Festival na kilala rin bilang Floricultura 98. Mr. Speaker, malaki ang naging bahagi ng Paskuhan Village sa paglago ng ekonomiya ng Pampanga at ng ating bansa dahil nakatulong ito para makabangon mula sa kahirapan ng ating kababayan na naapektuhan sa pagputok ng Bulkang Pinatubo noong 1991. Pero ano daw po ba ang nangyari sa Paskuhan Village? Nasaan po ba ngayon ito ngayon? Naalala pa po ba nito ang mga kababayan natin? Mr. Speaker, para masagot ang mga katanungan nito, ayan ninyong ilahad ko ang mga pangyayari patungkol sa Pascuan Village. Kung ano ang pinagmulan ng Pascuan Village. Ang mga nangyari magmula nang itinayo ito. At ang kinaantungan nito, ang pagkawala ng natatanging pambansang pamana ng mga Pilipino. Noong pong November 27, 1989, ibinenta ng pamilyang Lasatin ang kinatatayuang lupa ng Pascuan Village. At ito napangalan sa Philippine Tourism Authority, inaalinsunod sa ating isang Memorandum of Understanding. Nakikita niyo po. Sabi po doon, magtatayo ang PTA ng isang world-class cultural, historical at commercial center sa Central Zone. Dito itatanghal ang mga likhang sining at sikat na parol na rehiyon. Ito din po ang para masuportahan ang mga manggagawa ng sining at kultura, pati na ang mga negosyante sa nasabing rehiyon. Sinunod naman ng Philippine Tourism Authority ang kasunduan ng itatag ang Pascuan Village at patakbuhin ito. Pero makaraan ang isang dekada, nagsimulang humina ang mga negosyo sa Pascuan Village. Kung kaya naman, noong 2012, naglabas ng Commission on Audit ng opinyon na hindi na nakakabuti sa ating gobyerno ang patuloy na pagpapatakbo ng Pascuan Village dahil sa kalugihan nito. Para patuloy na mapakinabangan ng Pascuan Village ay mapanatili ang cultural value nito at ang inirekomenda ng COA, number 1, i-rehabilitate ang mga pasilidad ng Pascuan Village. Pangalawa, i-market ang Pascuan Village o di kaya naman at pangatlo, i-devolve ang operasyon ng Pascuan Village sa lokal na pamahalaan. Noong 2014, ang Tourism Infrastructure Enterprise Zone Authority, ang TIEZA, ang government corporation na pumalit sa PTA, ay ibinenta ang Pascuan Village sa isang public bidding na isinagawa noong December 7, 2014, kung saan 4 na korporasyon ang sumali. Ang mga bidders ay SM Development Corporation, Premier Central Incorporated or PCI, SM Prime Holdings Corporation, at ang SEJ North Premier Holding Corporation, kung saan nanalo sa bidding ang Premier Central Incorporated sa halagang 939,658,848 pesos. Sa 4 na bidders na ito, 3 po doon ay pagmamay-ari ng SM Investment Corporation. Kaduda-duda, di po ba itong 3 bidders? Mr. Speaker, noong pong 17th Congress, dahil sa mga usapin patungkol sa nasabing bentahan, bilang mambabatas at representante ng 3 distrito ng Pampanga kung saan ang Pascuan Village ay makikita, minabuti ko pong iahin ang House Resolution number 654 para ipaimbestiga ang bentahan ng Pascuan Village. Kung bakit ito naibenta, bakit na ito'y may tuturing ng isang cultural heritage o pambansang pamana. Nagsagawa po ng pagsisiyasat ang House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability na noon pinamumunuan ng butihing Deputy Speaker Johnny P. Pimentel. 4 na mga committee hearing din po ang isinagawa at marami din po sa mga kasamahan natin dito sa Kamara ang nakilahok sa investigasyon. Matapos ang mga investigasyon, napag-alaman ng nasabing komite na iligal ang pagkakabenta ng tiyesa sa Pascuan Village. Nalabag ang Section 54. Sabi nga po ng nasabing komite, sa inilabas nitong Committee Report number 425, nalabag ang Section 54 ng Tourism Act number 2009 o ang pagbabawal na ibenta ang mga pag-aari ng bansa na may tuturing na cultural treasure at heritage sites. Napag-alaman din ng nalabag ang karapatan ng panlalawigang pamahalaan ng Pampanga, pati na ang panglungsod na pamahalaan ng San Fernando, Pampanga. Hindi kailanman inirekomenda ng COA na ibenta ang Pascuan Village. Hindi rin nasunod ang COA Circular number 86-264 at 89-296 patungkol sa public auction ng mga pag-aari ng gobyerno. Dahil sa mga nadiskubre ng nasabing komite, inirekomenda nito sa Office of the Solicitor General ang pagsasampa ng kaso para ipawalang bisa ang bentahan ng Pascuan Village. Sumasangayon dito ang OSG at sinabing walang bisa ang bentahan dahil nalabag ang batas. Pinagdiinan muli ng Office of the Solicitor General ang illegal ang bentaan kung ito'y konsultahin ng Senate Committee on Education, Arts, and Culture, kung kaya mula sa rekomendasyon ng Committee Report number 425, kinasuhan ng Office of the Solicitor General at ng pamahalaan ng City of San Fernando ang PCI, TIESA, sa San Fernando, Pampanga, RTC Branch 42. Ang annulment of sale o ang pagpapawalang bisa ng korte sa naging bentahan ang ikinaso sa PCI at TIESA gaya ng nabanggit sa nasabing report. Ayon sa complaint ng OSG, sinabi nito na considering that the subject properties and are considered cultural treasures, the sale is void as it is outside the commerce of man. Noong nakaraang taon, napag-alaman ko po ay mayroong ding namumuong usapan ang pagitan ng pamunuan ng lungsod ng San Fernando, Pampanga at ang mga representante ng PCI patungkol sa aregluan ng nasabing kaso. Napag-alaman ko rin po na sumulat ang OSG ang paglungsod ng pamahalaan ng San Fernando at binanggit doon na hindi daw po ako kumukontra na anumang usapan para magkaaregluan ang lungsod ng City of San Fernando. Mr. Speaker, sobra po akong nabagabag at nabahala. Hindi po totoo na pumayag ako sa anumang aregluan patungkol sa Pascuan Village. Dahil dito, sumulat po ako sa OSG at sa korte para liwanagin na wala akong sinangayunan na kahit anong aregluhan na bentahan patungkol sa Pascuan Village. Sa katunayan po, naniniwala akong labag sa batas ang bentahan ng Pascuan Village. Kaya hindi ako pwedeng sumang-ayon sa anumang bentahan o aregluhan patungkol dito. Yan po, Mr. Speaker, makikita niyo po ang sulat ko sa OSG at sa Korte. Yan po, tingnan natin dyan. Nito pong January 14, 2020, nakatanggap muli ako ng sulat mula sa lungsod ng San Fernando, Pampanga Ayon sa sulat, tuloy na tuloy ang aregluhan ng kaso sa pagitan ng lungsod ng San Fernando. Nakakadismaya, Mr. Speaker, dahil nito lamang meron akong nabalitahan na halos kaparehong kaso ng Pascuan Village ay ang ancestral house ni Teodora Alonso, ina ni Dr. Jose Rizal, ay matagumpay na nabawi ang lungsod ng Binyan, Laguna mula sa developer na nakabili nito. Gaya ng Pascuan Village, Mr. Speaker, ang nasabing bahay ay matagal nang nasa sentro ng kampanya para sa heritage preservation kahit na walang deklarasyon nito sa heritage site mula sa gobyerno. Sabi nga po, kung ang bahay ni Teodora Alonso ay nabawi para sa taong bayan, ito po kayang Pascuan Village na kilalang-kilala ng lahat? Kung kaya naman po, Mr. Speaker, nitong January 16, 2020, bilang isang miyembro ng Kamara at representante ng ikatlong distrito ng Pampanga, isang taxpayer at isang residente ng lungsod ng San Fernando, Pampanga, nag-ahain ako ng urgent motion for leave to intervene na pinadidinig ko sa January 20, 2020. Kasabay nito, ang nakatakdang hearing ng Korte para sa compromise agreement at joint motion to approve compromise. Pero noong January 20, Mr. Speaker, wala po ni isa sa mga motion ang dininig ng judge sa San Fernando, Pampanga, RTC Branch 42. At hindi lang po iyon, Mr. Speaker, laking gulat ko po nang malaman ko na may hatol na pala ang judge noong January 15, 2020. Mr. Speaker, hindi po ako abogado, pero parang may mali sa proseso. Tingnan po natin muli. Yung mga mata, yung mga petsa na nasa projector, makikita po natin yan. Ngayon naman po, tingnan natin yung desisyon ng Korte. Parang may mali po, Mr. Speaker, sa proseso. Nagtataka nga po ako, paanong nakapaglabas ng desisyon ang judge noong January 15, 2020, kung may nakatakda pa palang hearing noong January 20. Nalaman ko rin po na naaprubahan na pala ng judge ang compromise agreement sa pagitan ng OSG, pamahalahan ng lungsod ng San Fernando, Pampanga, TIEZA, sa nasabing araw. Aba, Mr. Speaker, nauna pa po ang judgment ng judge kaysa sa hearing. Mr. Speaker, hindi ko po talaga maintindihan ang naging desisyon ng judge patungkol sa kasong ito. Tinatanong ko nga po ang sarili ko, kung iligal ang bentahan ng Pascuan Village, gaya ng sabi ng OSG, bakit nagkakaaregluhan ang partido sa kaso? Paanong mangyayari iyon kung walang aaregluin ang anumang paglabag sa batas? Bakit sumang-ayon ang OSG sa aregluhan ng lungsod ng San Fernando at PCI samantalang abogado lang siya ng gobyerno at hindi talaga partido ng kaso, Mr. Speaker? Kung ang Kamara mismo ang nagpasampa ng kaso para ipawalang bisa ang bentahan ng Pascuan Village, hindi ba ang kapulungan ring ito ang dapat sumangayon sa anumang usapan patungkol sa nasabing kaso? Sabi sa aregluhan, magdodonate ng 5,000 square meter ang PCI SM sa pamahalaan ng lungsod ng San Fernando mula sa kabuuang sukat na 9.31 hectares. Mr. Speaker at mga kapwa kong mambabatas, sa tingin niyo po ba maganda ang inahalok na donasyon para sa lungsod ng San Fernando? Tingnan po natin muli yung mga sukat lupain sa monitor. Ayan po, makikita niyo po ang sukat ng Pascuan Village. Makikita niyo naman kung gaano kaliit ang inaalok ng PCI sa Aregluan. Kayo na po ang humusga dito sa aking salaysay. At isa pa pong malaking tanong, bakit ang lungsod ng San Fernando ang kinakausap ng PCI sa bagay na ito? Ito po ba dapat ang national government at ang kapulungan ng ito ang dapat kausapin ng PCI? Ito po ang isang depekto ng desisyon ng judge. Masdan po natin muli itong Acknowledgement Compromise Agreement. Makikita niyo po dyan. Ano pong mapapansin niyo patungkol dito? Hindi po ba, tama po ba, Mr. Speaker, puro blanco po? Puro blanco po. Wala pong nabanggit na kahit isa man lang ID ng mga nanumpa para sa harap ng notaryo publiko. Alam ko po maraming abogado tayong kasamahan dito. We have many lawyers here in Congress, dito sa House of Representatives. Sa palagay niyo po ba, tama po ba ang pagnotaryo na wala namang maipakitang mga ID sa notaryo publiko? Hindi po ba kapag walang nakalistang mga ID, ibig sabihin, walang nagpakita sa notaryo publiko? Isa pa pong nakakapagtaka dito, Mr. Speaker, ang representante ng PCI ay nasa Pasay. Nasa Pasay din po ang representative ng TIEZA. Nasa Pampanga ang representante ng lungsod ng San Fernando. At nasa Makati po naman ang Office of the Solicitor General. Duda po ako dyan, Mr. Speaker. Sa totoo lang po, Mr. Speaker, nabastusan po ako para sa ating institusyon nung malaman ko kung anong nangyari sa kaso ng Pascuan Village. Pakiramdam ko po, hindi na ginalang ang kamarang ito. Isipin nyo, miyembro po ako ng kamara at kamukha ni Deputy Speaker Abu, kamukha ko rin po ang Deputy Speaker. At gusto ko lang pong ipunto rito, ang pinag-ugatan ng kasong ito ay ang investigasyon na ginawa ng ating kapulungan. Pero sa kabila po ng lahat ng ito, binabaliwala ang ating motion sa korte. Ang masakit po dito, Mr. Speaker, ganoon na lang kadaling inareglo ang kaso at nawala sa ating mga Pilipino ang Pascuan Village. Tama po ba na sadyang isinasantabi ang kapuluang ito na para bang ayaw tayong kilalanin ng korte? Tama rin po ba na dinadaan sa aregluan ang lupang pag-aari ng gobyerno? Sa akin po, Mr. Speaker, hindi po tama yun. Dahil ito, ako ay nagsumite ng omnibus motion natin para ma-reconsidera at ang nasabing hatol ng korte. Pina-schedule ko sa korte na dinggin ang ating motion sa February 7, 2020. Sa kasamaang palad, hindi na naman dininig ng judge ng ating motion. Sa katunayan nga po, ang pinarating na mensahe ng clerk of court ay ayaw dinggin ng judge ang ating motion at hindi na raw niya aaksyonan ito dahil pinal na daw ang desisyon niya. Mr. Speaker, sobra na po ang pagbabaliwala ng judge sa kasong ito. Ito po ay isang malaking insulto sa ating minamahal na institusyon. Isinumiti ko po ang ating motion para igiit ang kapangyarihan ng Kongreso. Nakakalungkot lang po dahil labis niyurakan at binaliwala ng Korte ang kapangyarihan ng Kongreso. Hindi ko po makatatanggap na bastusin ang kamarang ito. Tayo po dito sa Kamara de Representante, iniingatan po natin ang mga cultural na yaman at iba pang mga ari-arihan ng gobyerno at ang pangangalagang ito ay inaasaan din natin sa ating gobyerno. Mr. Speaker, ang mga kapwa lingkod bayan hindi po lingid sa kalaman ng lahat ang pagkagalit ng ating Presidente. Noong malaman niya kung paanong nalugi ang sambayanang Pilipino dahil ayaw niyang ibalik ang lupang tinirikan ng may long property sa ating gobyerno. Napahanga po ako sa ating Presidente dahil siniguro niyang mabawi ang lupang kinatatayuan nito para ito'y muling mapakinabangan ng taong bayan. Noong mga nakaraang linggo, nagalit din na naman ang ating Presidente dahil naman sa mga irregular na kontrata ng Maynila Water, Maynilad at Chevron. Kaya naman pinaripaso niya kaagad ang mga nasabing kontrata para sa kapakanan ng taong bayan. Mr. Speaker at mga kapwa kong mambabatas, ang punto ko po dito ay kung sa mga kontrata na dedehado ang Pilipino, nagalit ang ating Presidente. Dito pa kaya sa illegal na pagkabenta ng Pascuan Village? My dear colleagues, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko pong liwanagin. Wala po akong gustong kalabanin patungkol sa issue na ito. Ulitin ko po, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko pong liwanagin. Wala po akong gustong kalabanin patungkol sa issue na ito. Isa lang po ang aking layunin kung bakit ako umaharap sa inyo ngayon. Ang maibalik ang Pascuan Village sa ating pamahalaan para may pamana po ito sa susunod na henerasyon ng Pilipino. Angad ko po ang muling pagkabuhay ng Pascuan Village. At nang muli nating maipakita at maipagmalaki sa buong mundo ang naiibang tradisyon ng pagdiriwang ng Kapaskuhan sa ating bansa. Mr. Speaker, naniniwala po ako sa kahalagaan ng Pascuan Village para sa ating mga Pilipino at ang suporta ng ating kababayan ay lalong nagbibigay lakas sa akin para ipagpatuloy ang labang ito. Kaugnay nito, kinonsulta ko po si Governor Dennis Delta Pineda. 2 araw po kaming nag-uusap. Pati na rin ang mga board members ng 3 distrito. Board members Ross B. Henson, Board Member Ferdinand Dinan Labong, Board Member Ananias Jun Calnas Jr. Napag-alaman ko po na maglalabas sila ng isang resolusyon na sumusuporta sa talumpating ito. Nananawagan din po ako sa ating mahal na Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte na sana'y masuportahan ako sa laban nating ito para maibalik sa sambayanang Pilipino ang Pascuan Village. I therefore move, Mr. Speaker, for this August Chamber to direct the Justice Committee to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation as the circumstances that surrounded the Pascuan Village case before the Regional Trial Court, Branch 42 of San Fernando, Pampanga. How the said court resolved the case and what the court's ruling on the Pascuan Village resulted in the disadvantage of the Filipino people. Mr. Speaker, I also move that the copies of this speech be furnished to the office of the President, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, the Supreme Court, through the office of the Chief Justice Diosdado M. Peralta, and the office of the Court Administrator Jose Maidas Marquez, at ang Department of Tourism through the office of Secretary Bernadette Fatima T. Romula Puyat, the Commission on Audit through its chairperson Michael G. Aguinaldo, and the provincial government of the province of Pampanga through the office of the provincial governor, Governor Dennis Delta G. Pineda. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Meron po akong nakaresolusyon dito na nakapirma na ang inyong habang lingkod at kasama ko pong pumirma rito as co-author ang ating isang Deputy Speaker Johnny Pimentel. Salamat, Deputy Speaker, sa pagtulong sa mga Kapampangan. Dakal pong salamat, salamat, Mr. Speaker. Luigia ing Kapampangan, pagpalain po tayo ng Diyos ang Pilipinas. Mabuhay po ang laying Pilipino. Dakal pong salamat at maya pabigi po kayo.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the private speech of the Honorable Aurelio Gonzalez to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege R.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 210 under Committee Report 6134, submitted by the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries. And for this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Any
And so move,
objection?
Mr. Speaker.
The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 6134 under Committee Report 210 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill Number 6134, an act mandating banking institutions to strengthen the financing system for agricultural, fisheries, and rural development in the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, the Honorable Juni Kua of the Lone District of Quirino, to be recognized.
The Honorable Representative from Quirino, Honorable Juni Kua, Chairperson of the Banks and Financial Intermediaries, recognized to resume the period of interpellation and debate of House Bill 6134.
Mr. Speaker, also may I move to recognize the Honorable Carlos Zarate to interpellate the sponsor on the said measure.
Representative from Bayan Muna Party List, Honorable Carlos Zarate, is recognized for his interpellation to the good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the good sponsor yield to some clarificatory question on the House Bill 6134 under Committee Report 210?
It is my honor and pleasure, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. The bill in consideration, as I understand it, aims to set up a financing facility that will redispose private and public bank capital towards agriculture. Is that a correct appreciation of the bill, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
In a sense, that is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. But for clarity, let me explain. First of all, this is a bill that intends to address the unfulfilled expectations of Republic Act 10,000 or the Agri-Agra mandated credit quota law. This, in Republic Act 10,000, a fund was set up to finance agriculture and agrarian reform beneficiary activities. The quota is set at 15,000 for agriculture and 10,000 for agrarian reform beneficiaries. In this sense, this is a fund that the gentleman is talking about. And the other fund in this proposed bill, in this proposed legislation, is a separate fund which we call the special fund, and which will be under the management of a council called AFFCC, or Agri Fisheries Financing and Capacity Building Fund. This bill is set aside to organize the farmers and train them, capacitate them, so that they will be able to group themselves into viable organizations, cooperatives, or whatever form of grouping, so that they will be professionally managed. In other words, it is hoped that through this fund, we will be able to capacitate them to become worthy clients of the banks, which at this point in time, despite a law that compels them to lend, the banking industry refuses to pay because of the inherent risk in lending to small farm holders. In essence, that is what these funds are all about.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So, in effect, this proposed bill is to address the gaps or the weaknesses of RA 10,000, or the failure of RA 10,000 to fulfill its original mandate to provide credit to our fisher folks and farmers, no? Especially
That is correct, Your Honor. Over the last 11 years, since 2009, when the law was enacted, the funds that we expected to be lent to the small, marginalized farming households, whether they are non-agrarian reform beneficiaries or not, continued not to flow to them. And the reasons, after a thorough and exhaustive study revealed by the banking industry itself, one, high cost of lending to individual small farmers. Number two, the inherent risk of farming, especially for the small farm holders. It was revealed in the study that monocropping, which is actually the nationwide norm, monocropping of rice and corn, yield only very marginal income. And at the end of the harvest, the farmers, whether agri-beneficiaries or not, could not even have enough for a working capital for the next cycle. So those we found out are the reasons for the failure of the law. And this bill seeks to address that gap. You correctly mentioned it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So, in effect, this bill is intended to provide or to encourage farmers, no, to avail of financing, but it will encourage farmers to corporatize their farm operations, and hopefully they can link up to the so-called agricultural value chain.
Correct.
And possibly improve, their production as well as their income. Is that what the sponsor is saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. So you mentioned that actually the financing envisioned in this bill are two levels. No? One is that the credit quota for mandatory agriculture and fisheries financing requirement, which is set at a minimum 25% of the total loanable funds of both private and public, which is already existing now.
Correct, Your Honor.
And second is the setting up of a special fund,
Yes, Your
which
Honor.
is I think, the new feature of this bill. No?
Exactly, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. So, at first glance, I look at who are the beneficiaries of this bill. No? In Section 4, it's mentioned that the financing will be accessible to households or individuals. No?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it appears that the small farmers and small fisher folks are the main beneficiaries of this bill. But I look at Section 5, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, and it may help if the sponsor will make the connection, clarified that that this is not so. No? This is not just exclusive to households or individuals, because Section 5 clarified that the financing facility mentioned in Section 4 actually are also extended to cooperatives, associations, MSMEs, or organizations in good standings, constituting the so-called rural community beneficiaries. No? And in fact, Section 5 says that these so-called rural communities beneficiaries are regardless of capitalization based on the feasibility of the project. So is my understanding correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that even big, because regardless of capitalization, even big corporations or even big cooperatives or other organizations can avail of the financing? Is that the correct appreciation, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Your Honor, you're correct. And let me respond to the first observation that in Section 5, you do not see individuals there, which is correct. And thank you for your keen observation. I think this is also the same point that was raised last session by the honorable gentleman from the party list, Congressman Atienza.
Yes.
And I stand open to an amendment because that could be a reality that an individual may be so capacitated, even alone, can be so capacitated and would be a viable client, could be included. And so at the proper time, Mr. Speaker, we will introduce a committee amendment to address that point. Now, the second point is with regards to the point that does it mean that even big groupings, it may not be a corporation, Your Honor, In fact, it is our aspiration that as we group the farmers together, not exactly as a corporation, but a corporate entity, which means it could be a cooperative, it could be a simple association, or whatever form of grouping you may have. A small cooperatives may eventually become so successful, Your Honor, but they may still need some assistance for capacitation, for example, may even avail of this special fund. Now, insofar as accessing the credit quota is concerned, I think big corporations, if they have proven track records of good repayment, they would naturally be welcome clients of the banks.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. So just for clarity, the good sponsor is now admitting that even big corporations, for as long as the repayment record is good and for as long as probably they are engaged in agriculture production or aquaculture production, they can also avail of this particular fund. Is that correct?
Provided, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, they fall within the limitation of the bill that we filed. Agribusiness enterprises, and I think that's what the gentleman has in mind, an agribusiness corporation may be lending to them, may be an alternative compliance to this particular bill, for as long as they can show that they have a supply arrangements to farmers, fishermen, and agrarian reform beneficiaries in the rural areas. So this is the modification that we have made. But in addition, in answer to your point, is that in fact under the present law, which is RA 10,000, the law allows lending to agribusiness without limitations, in fact. But we deem it necessary to limit them to those agribusiness enterprises that would really benefit the farmers, fisher folks, and agra-beneficiaries.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for clarifying that and for stating earlier that an individual farmer should be given also the opportunity to avail of this financing. No? Because if these individual farmers, for example, with only 1.5 hectare farm lot, but he wants to improve the production of his farm, and he cannot avail of this facility, then this clearly betrays the ultimate thrust of the bill, no? Which is to provide financing facility to as many small farmers, in fact, that we have. No? Now, I'll go to another point. In the definition of terms, specifically the definition of what is an agrarian reform beneficiary, it appears that it was defined in such a way that holders of stock distribution offer, or SDO, or landowners or landlords who put out their lands to various alternative tenurial arrangements such as production or profit sharing, labor administration, and most probably including contract growing, no? And agribusiness ventures arrangement, no? With agrarian reform beneficiaries. It appears that if that is the definition of what is an ARB, then they can also be the beneficiary of the financing facility for the special fund that is aimed to be established under this bill. Is that the correct appreciation, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I think the definition that we have adopted here is a definition that you can find in the present law, Republic Act 10,000. And we feel as a committee that we should not disturb this definition because this has weathered the test of time, and this has gone through the collective wisdom of this institution. So,
Thank you for that. But Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, you mentioned earlier that there are gaps in the present law, RA 10,000. And in fact, we have been pointing out that one of the gaps is, in effect, the definition as laid down in this existing law that we want to amend. Because it appears, as I mentioned, it appears that if we keep that kind of definition, not only that we are institutionalizing what is happening now in so many agrarian reform areas, na nailagay na sila sa ibang mga kaayusan. In fact, it's no longer the farmers who are in control of the land because they entered into some arrangements with the landowners, and that includes agribusiness ventures arrangements, etc., leaseback, labor administration, production or profit sharing. So my question now, if an ARB enters into this kind of arrangement, for example, a profit or production sharing agreement, is the company that enters into an arrangement with that agrarian reform beneficiary allowed also to avail of the financing facility under the special fund that we are trying to put up under this bill?
Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of the gentleman, which particular part of this definition is the worry of the gentleman?
Well, if I may read, Mr. Sponsor,
Yes, please,
Mr. Speaker.
please.
In Section 3, Paragraph A, the definition of agrarian reform beneficiary is very broad. It refers to a farmer who was granted land under PD 27, under the CARP law, RA 9700, or the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Extension with reforms, and a regular farm worker who is landless, irrespective of tenurial arrangement, who benefited from the redistribution of land, regardless of crops, fruits produced, to include the totality of factors and support services to lift the economic status of the beneficiary and all other alternative arrangements to the physical distribution of lands, such as production or profit sharing, labor administration, and the distribution of shares of stocks, which will allow the beneficiary to receive a just share of the fruits of the lands one works. So, in many agrarian reform communities now, actually, it's no longer the farmers who are operating the lands that are awarded to them. They entered into some arrangement, like this stock distribution arrangement, or a profit and production arrangement.
Which
So
is allowed by law.
Yes. So my question now, are these kind of arrangements, and because they are also the landowner now that runs the supposedly awarded land to the farmers, can they also avail of the financing under this special fund?
In other words, does the company with whom it has an arrangement under a stockholding arrangement, sharing arrangement,
Yes.
be allowed
Yes.
to avail of these funds?
Yes, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
I think the provision of the bill is clear on this in the sense that it provides that agribusiness venture, in this case, it will fall under agribusiness venture for as long that there is a supply chain arrangement that will benefit them, then they would be allowed, because the intention is really to ensure that the money flows to the farmers, fisher folks, and agri-beneficiaries. If we do not allow such an arrangement, meaning if we do not allow credit to flow, then we will not be able to address their financing needs. So I think that would be the answer of the humble representation.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Spears. Actually, that is what is happening now,
Yes.
under the Agri-Agra law. And this bill is not changing the status quo, so to speak, because this representation believes that if we will not recognize that such kind of arrangement, dapat kaya nga naman napipilitan yung mga magsasaka to enter into that kind of arrangement dahil they have no financing facility to avail of. Kaya instead na sila yung magpapatakbo doon, they entered into this arrangement, then it's the company now who gets the opportunity to avail of this funding. So instead of the land actually awarded to them, physically transferred to the farmers, hanggang ngayon, hindi ito na ibibigay sa mga farmers. No? So that is a gap that we think is still not being addressed. If we want our farmers to be truly, autonomous or independent, away from the control and influence of their previous landowners, dahil sila itong mga landowners merong capacity and may access to financing, then this bill should have addressed that issue, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I get the point very clearly now. I think the question really is a question on the fundamental concept of this particular arrangement allowed under the CARP law. We do not distribute the land, but we make the farm workers or the farmers become part owner of the company and share in the benefits of the agribusiness venture. So this kind of an arrangement is an arrangement under our CARP law. And it would be difficult for us to amend that concept in this law, which is all about mandated credit. I think if we want to change that concept, because the concept is that we should not allow a stockholding arrangement for farmers. We should distribute the land, and the landowners be the one to manage individually or collectively. So we are talking of the basic and fundamental concept. And I don't think this would be the right bill to change it.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, although I disagree because there is no more CARP. It has already, the extension, the CARPer has already expired, and this bill could have, at least to the opinion of this representation, address that gap in the Agri-Agra law. Because until now, in fact, in many instances in Mindanao, this is what is happening. Many agrarian reform beneficiaries cooperatives in Mindanao that entered into ABA contracts with agribusiness companies are now buried into debt, while the agribusiness companies, avail of these facilities. Pero sila, nabaon sila sa utang, itong mga ARB companies. So, this is a major gap in the Agri-Agra law that should have been, I submit, should have been addressed.
Mr. Speaker, I understand fully well where the gentleman is coming from. It is really a great frustration that in that sense, the spirit of land distribution, in fact, has not been fulfilled. So, but as I said, maybe this is not the right bill to talk about the concept. I'm so sorry that this bill is really focused on credit and banking issue.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. By the way, did the bill in the grant of financing, if you avail of either the mandatory or the special fund, is there a provision in this particular bill that sets the limit as to how much interest will the farmer pay, or a corporate or an association or agribusiness pays for that matter?
Well, the rate of interest, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is a pricing policy, is a pricing issue. And pricing is always in our economy, enshrined in our Constitution, is that we have an open, free economy. And therefore, prices are set not by fiat, not by law, but prices are set by the interplay of market forces. So the rates at which this fund will be lent will be determined eventually by the market forces. And I would imagine, however, that under the circumstances that we envision, when we succeed, and I hope we succeed, in organizing, capacitating, professionalizing farmers' associations and organizations, they will become so viable because they are all hardworking. What we need only is a team to manage them. So if they are able to show, demonstrate their ability to honor their obligations, their ability to make profit out of an agribusiness venture, as I have said, this will be determined by market, and most likely the interest rates will go down as banks compete for clients.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Well, we can only speculate, if that will happen or not. But it's very clear, at least to this representation, that since the financing program of the bill is really meant to corporatize or corporatizing the farms, as you mentioned here, rural community beneficiaries. So the bill does not find there is no need, as you mentioned, for setting a ceiling for the interest rates for the financing facility. That is, at least to this representations, also unfortunate, because exactly that's the problem that our farmers face, especially the small farmers. That's why their tendency is to, because of the lack of financing, they go to financiers who charge usurious rates. And here, by not setting up a ceiling for the interest rate, for example, how interest will be charged under this facility, it appears it's no different, in going to these mga financiers who charge usurious rates, because it appears Kung sino lang yung because you said market forces, if at present the market says that the interest is this high, so sino lang yung makakaya ng interest na yun, sila yung maka-avail. No? The small farmers will be left, behind because paano nga naman siya mag-avail nung ganun kataas ng facility if ganun kataas yung interest, if there is no ceiling to that interest. No? I was of the impression that this bill is in some way a social justice bill, no? By putting up, trying to address the gaps under the present RA 10,000, and to really make these funds available to the farmers doon sa kanilang capacity also to pay affordability nung interest, for example, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to explain the differences. There is a huge difference in what we have under RA 10,000 and the scenario under this proposed bill. First of all, the special fund is a fund where the farmers will not pay any interest because this is a training fund. This is a capacity building fund. It may even be a grant fund. It may even be used as equity fund if necessary. So, but I think the crux of the question is not about this. I think the point of the gentleman is that under the present condition, under what is happening under the regime of RA 10,000, individual farmers have to pay usurious rates, even if there is no cap. They have to pay usurious rates because they are at the mercy of traders. This is the reality on the ground because individual small farmers are unable to borrow conveniently from the banks. Only very few banks are able to lend selectively. In other words, the market is uneven. The farmers are not capacitated. And so therefore, the lender has a great advantage over the borrower. This is exactly what we are trying to address in this bill. We want these farmers who is playing currently in an even playing field be so organized and capacitated so that as a group they will be able to borrow. And I am certain that when they borrow from banks, they will be able to borrow at a rate much less than the effective interest rate that they are getting from the traders. At the end of the day, when we analyze the interest rate shouldered by the small farm holders, it becomes usurious because the price at which the farmer would be selling to the trader is dictated by them. And so that unfair practice is, in fact, it's a cost of money. The price at which they pay their inputs, which is oftentimes higher than market, is also a factor to that usurious rate. In other words, It is an uneven playing field. And that is the reason why they are paying high interest. And precisely that's what we are trying to correct, to reiterate my point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Now I will go to another point, Mr. Sponsor, if you may. On the alternative compliance of the mandatory financing for Agri-Agra. It appears to this representation that we did not learn from the lesson, the failure of RA 10,000, where banks mainly resorted, instead of complying with the provisions of the law that they have to extend financing directly to the farmers and the fisher folks, they just resorted to the alternative compliance to avoid the mandatory requirement. And in fact, there are instances, to my knowledge, that some banks opted just to pay the penalty for not complying because it's easier for them instead of, you mentioned earlier, because of the so-called risk in lending to small farmers, the high cost of lending to small farmers. But then again, we repeated such, I believe that is also one big gap in RA 10,000. We repeated that here. And in fact, we even expanded the coverage of the alternative compliance, that now it may include activities that are mostly in trading and investment market. So, sa halip na ipakitid natin yon para direkta talaga silang magbigay ng financing doon sa farmers at hindi sila mag-resort to alternative mode, ay mas pinalawak pa natin ngayon. If I may add, the alternative compliance, in fact, even includes lending for the construction of farm-to-market roads. But we know for the fact that in the last 3 decades, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, this globalization of agriculture saw an unprecedented build-up of farm-to-market infrastructure. Kahit na sa budget nga natin, taon-taon. Merong farm-to-market roads sa DA, merong farm-to-market roads sa DAR, meron sa DPWH, etc., etc. Billions of budgets are poured into that farm-to-market road infrastructure.
Majority Leader, I think the extension of privilege hours already expired.
Not yet.
Sorry. I'm mistaken. You may continue your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, may we seek a clarification from the sponsor, Mr. Speaker, why we continue such an arrangement by providing these banks even wider elbow room so that they can escape giving mandatory financing to our small farmers. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speakers.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that's a very good point that he raised. But I would like to disabuse the mind of the gentleman in a very courteous way. If you read through these provisions on alternative compliance, even the alternative compliance or compliances provided under the present law, which in fact includes lending for construction and upgrading of infrastructure. I think the present law ends there. And what we added only are the last 3. If you look at each of these items, you will note that this alternative compliance somehow benefits the small farmers. Because if you will look at it, investment into debt securities, for example, of Land Bank and DBP, can be recognized only as compliance if those proceeds eventually are used to help agricultural activities in the rural areas. So you talk of this alternative compliance in terms of investment in securities of these two government banks, opening of accounts with rural financial institutions, provided they are really for agriculture and fishing activities. The discounting, for example, should cover papers of banks that would benefit agriculture, fisheries, and agri-beneficiaries. All of these alternative compliances are in fact intended to help agriculture and fisheries. Now, the law, even the present law, envisions a situation that the quota could be set very high, and even if they are able to lend to everybody, there would still be surplus fund. But the situation has become even worse because banks feel that lending to small farmers based on empirical studies really had a very bad repayment rate. And you cannot blame anybody, not only the banks, but even us personally. We really won't lend if we are certain that 50% of chances they won't be able to pay. So that is actually what's happening. And they would rather pay the penalty rather than lose the whole amount. So on the additional, we did not add the construction of upgrading of infra. It is found in the present law.
Yeah.
So this is not really an addition. The addition starts at F, lending to agribusiness. In fact, lending to agribusiness is already part of the present law, except that the law says there are two mentions of agribusiness in the law itself and in a section found in the AFMA. Lending to agribusiness for as long as they are engaged, they are engaged in activities related to soil and water management, something like that. So you will note that we even improved the bill by ensuring that it will be considered as an alternative compliance only when there is a supply chain arrangement with rural communities. And then value chain, agricultural value chain. Agricultural value chain is so important. And funding this agriculture value chain would increase the benefit of the poor farmer. If they are able to add value to their commodities, collectively, if they are able to do that, or even agribusiness, engage in value chain, would eventually benefit the small farmers. Investing in the shares of stocks of PCIC, I think it is needless to say that we need to strengthen PCIC in some ways that we can. And so this is one of the things that we have added. So I hope I satisfy the concerns of the good gentleman.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Still, I maintain my apprehension. No? Dahil nga, one of the reason why, at least to this representation, why the RA 10,000 is a failure no? As far as opening up the financing facility to our small farmers is because of the presence of these alternative modes, no? Where we gave the banks a room, no? So that they can, instead of directly going to the farmers, because of the risk, of course, there will always be risk. No? They can use this alternative mode just to ensure that their capital will be returned to them, probably with interest, no? Rather than giving it to the farmers na mayroong kasamang risk or risk-go. No? And with this present bill now, we're even giving them more leeway, no? Instead of keeping it probably in a small number of alternative modes. No? I know that the investments in construction of infrastructure is already in the present law. No? Kaya nga, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, dapat inalis na yan. No? Dahil, alam nyo, ang napapansin ko, sa napakaraming farm-to-market roads na we are being financed either by the GAA or other form of financing, parang it's a Trojan horse to the farmers. No? Dahil once these farm-to-market roads are already constructed, it's easy for these lands later on to be converted into some other uses. No? So instead of being an agricultural, for agricultural use, ang daming mga agricultural lands now that are converted into subdivisions because of the access to these otherwise non-accessible lands before. No? So just to cite an example. Now, on my final note, yes, Mr.
Before the last note, may I respond, Mr. Speaker? In response to the point that these funds that were lent out to these funds, rather, that were put into these alternative compliances is the reason why the funds did not reach the small farmers. Let me respond this way. I think, if we did not include this, had this not been included, the funds still would not reach the small farmers. Because the basic reason why that is not happening is fundamental. That is high cost of lending and because of the high default rate and the risk involved in lending to small farmers. So even without these alternative compliances, it will not reach them. And if you have excluded this, then these benefits, which actually were received or are received by the farmers, would never happen. And therefore, without that, the farmers, fishermen, will be at the losing end. So I think, I hope that that explanation disabuses the mind of the gentleman. And on the matter of farm-to-market roads and public infra, I think even if you find provisions for farm-to-market roads in many departments of our government, national man or local man, there is still a serious lack and shortage of public infra to service the needs of the small farmers and fisher folks. So building a road should not be a priority because the land ends up being converted. I think that will be a scenario of do if you don't, done if you do. So there is a benefit for doing it. There is also a disadvantage for doing it. But at the end of the day, I think that by and large, the benefits would outweigh the disadvantage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Now, on the 10 billion special...
You have 8 minutes remaining.
Yes, Mr. Sponsor. On the 10 billion special fund, may I be clarified whether this is exclusive only to beneficiaries with active financing or loan accounts now, or it is for beneficiaries still who wants to apply to access the financing facility?
This would be available to the beneficiaries of this program. So they can apply once they meet some criteria. This is a fund that will be managed by a council. A council that we expect will have malasakit in the sense that this, in fact, is co-managed by the private sector. And seeing that the program succeeds will mean capacitating their client, and capacitating their client would mean a customer who can pay them, and from whom interest can be earned, and from whom a financial service can be provided. So,
thank you, Mr. Sponsor,
yes.
Mr. Speaker. You mentioned rightly that this fund will be managed by the council, no? The AFFCC.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just for my last point, an observation. This council is, I observed, highly dominated by banks and lenders. No? Based on the enumeration of who are the members of this council. In fact, the farmers and fisher folks who are supposedly the beneficiaries have only one representative each in this council. No? So they are, in fact, dominated by a ratio of 3-1. So how can we expect that this council really will pursue the interests of our fisher folks and farmers when, in fact, most of them comes from the banking and lending sector? And definitely their interest really is to get the return of their investment, no? Which is to get some profit out of lending these to the farmers. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we expect that being a rational businessman, they will make an effort that this program succeeds, because through this program, they create credible, viable clients for their benefits. And if they fail, it means they will continue to pay penalties. And this is actually what they're complaining about. Every year, they pay penalties to the tune of several billions. It is definitely a heavy burden for the banking industry as well. They do not welcome this because it is, in fact, has reached the nature of a tax. So they would rather be able to lend rather than pay billions of penalties. But because they are mandated by law, forced to do it, they have no choice. This is what you call do if you do, dumb if you do. I forgot the others. Dumb if you do and dumb if you don't. So, in other words, sala sa init, sala sa lamig. So I think they will want this to succeed. And we also want them to succeed because we want the money to flow to these small guys who now are consolidated into a stronger unit able to borrow at a reasonable rate, strong enough to bargain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker. So the 10 billion fund, as a final note, will solely come from the penalties paid for by the banks for non-compliance or under-compliance.
Not necessarily, Your Honor. What we did here is something a little more creative.
They will advance.
Because as we hope to improve performance, it is possible that penalties will go down. And if that happens, we will come to a point where the funds will dwindle. But we have put in place there a provision that the council will ensure sufficiency. And the banking industry may comply by contributing to it. And so that way, we ensure sufficiency of fund every year. So it's a win-win for government, win-win for the small farmers and fisher folks and agri-beneficiaries.
1 minute.
It's a win-win for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. So there is no possibility that this 10 billion fund will again come from collection of levies, for example, or from the GAA.
GAA, no, Your Honor. That will not
that's
happen
clear.
because there is no such provision in this bill. And this is precisely the innovation of this bill.
Because
this is really a cooperation that we were able to solicit from the banking industry because they have been so used to paying penalties. This time around, they want to help the government to end that regime. So that, I think, is the beauty of this concept. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, I'm now winding up my interpellation. Thank you for the kind accommodation of these representations, questions, and clarification.
Thank you, Your
Thank you, Mr.
Honor. It's my privilege and my pleasure.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 6134 as found in Committee Report 210.
Any objection? The chair is none. House Bill 6134 is suspended for second reading.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of House Bill 6192 as found in Committee Report 218. And for this purpose, could the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure? So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 6192 under Committee Report 218 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill number 6192, an act preserving the indigenous games of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of sponsoring said measure, I move that we recognize the honorable sponsor of the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, the Honorable Eric Martinez. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairman of the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, our Honorable House of Kobe, Eric Martinez, is recognized to sponsor House Bill 6192.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Majority Floor Leader. An act preserving the indigenous games of the Philippines. Cathy Freeman, a track and field athlete and an Australian sports legend, was the first Australian Aboriginal person to win an Olympic gold in 2000 Sydney Olympics. Nova Paris-Kneebone was the first Aboriginal Australian to win an Olympic gold in a team event, and she was a member of the Australian women's hockey team in 1996. Indeed, since 1964, Tokyo Olympics, Australia has represented 51 indigenous athletes. In the 2016 Rio de Janeiro Olympics, Australia included 7 indigenous athletes, with 5 making their Olympic debut. Mr. Speaker, almost 5 years ago, from October 23 to November 1, 2015, the Philippine indigenous peoples, the Aitas, the Dumagats, the Ifugaos, the Mangyans, have proven their athletic prowess in the historic first ever World Indigenous Games held in Brazil, billed as the Olympics of Indigenous Sports. About 2,000 athletes representing 50 ethnic groups participated in a variety of traditional indigenous games, such as canoeing, archery, spear toss. In 2010, 12 members of the RP contingent competed in the first Southeast Asian Games indigenous tribal games held in Sabah, Malaysia. It is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues of this august chamber, and most importantly, our sisters and brothers in the indigenous community, that I stand today to sponsor a measure that to mind is vital in preserving our socio-cultural heritage as a people and enrich our identity as a race. I am referring, Mr. Speaker, to House Bill number 6192, an act preserving the indigenous games of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, I therefore call on our colleagues in this chamber to consider, vote, and approve House Bill 6192 under Committee Report number 218. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as there are no colleagues of ours who have registered to interpellate the honorable sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate
Any objection?
on House Bill 6192.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of sponsorship and debate on House Bill 6192 is terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments on House Bill 6192. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby declared open. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, as there are neither individual nor committee amendments to House Bill 6192, I move that we close the period of amendments to House Bill 6192.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of amendments of House Bill on House Bill 6192 is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 6192. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The deliberation on House Bill 6192 on second reading is hereby suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we designate the following members to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 5829 and Senate Bill number 1224, institutionalizing values education in the curriculum by incorporating good manners and right conduct as a subject in the kindergarten up to grade 3 level. Representative Roman Romulo, Representative Evelina Escudero, Representative Jocelyn Fortuno, Representative Resurrection Acop, and Representative Stella Luz Kimbo. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The following representative is hereby designated as members of the Bicameral Conference Committee on Disagreeing Provision, House Bill number 5829 and Senate Bill 1224, Representative Roman Romulo, Representative Evelina Escudero, Representative Jocelyn Fortuno, Representative Resurrection Acop, and Representative Stella Luz Kimbo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we reconsider the approval on second reading of House Bill number 5887 for some perfecting amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the title of House Bill number 5887 be amended to read as follows. An act providing for the construction of an undersea tunnel or bridge from Cebu City to the municipality of Cordova and the Coastal Road Expressway to the Mactan Cebu International Airport and appropriating funds therefore. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 5887 as amended. So move, Mrs. Speaker.
Those are in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 5887 as amended is hereby approved. On second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move that we reconsider the approval on second reading of House Bill numbers 5855 and 5945.
Any
So moved,
objection?
Mr. Speaker.
The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the committee reports. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House bills and resolutions for consideration or referral to proper committees.
Additional reference of business committee reports. Reports number 244 of the Committee on Legislative Franchise on House Bill number 6371, Representative Alvarez Franz and Tejada.
On the Committee on Rules.
Report number 245 of the Committee on Legislative Franchises on House Bill number 6373 by Representatives Alvarez Franz and Pimentel.
The Committee on Rules.
Report number 246 on the Committee on Legislative Franchises on House Bill number 6374 by Representatives Alvarez Franz and Villafuerte.
The Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Bill number 11, creating the Mega Cebu Development Authority from the Committees on Economic Affairs and Trade and Industry to the Committees on Local Government and Government Enterprises and Privatization. House Bill numbers 1287 and 4705, establishing a network of sustainable elevated pedestrian walkways along Epifanio de los Santos Avenue and pertinent major public thoroughfares in high-density urban areas, from the Committee on Public Works and Highways to the Committee on Transportation. House Bill number 5075, granting the right to franchisees to develop the rural airport infrastructure network in the Philippines for commercial and for other purposes, from the Committee on Legislative Franchises to the Committee on Transportation. House Bill number 5281, redefining the crime of game fixing, from the Committee on Justice to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development. And House Bill number 5976, providing for a regulatory framework for consumer financial protection, institutionalizing the Financial Consumer Protection Department, granting financial regulatory agencies enhanced oversight power, from the Committee on Trade and Industry to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn session until February 26, 2020, Wednesday at 3 p.m. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none. Session is adjourned until Wednesday, February 26, 2020 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
SDML. Yan, nandiyan na. Okay, well, SML.
Where is ML?
See you on Wednesday.
Kasanayan na.
Taga-Pasay.
Wala si Kong Rani.